Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome along to Exmouth for the latest match in the Women's Metro Bank One Day Cup competition. Somerset taking on Warwickshire under grey skies, but hopefully the weather will remain dry. Second match at Exmouth this year. It's a great pleasure to be back with a gorgeous view over the Ex-Estuary and out over Dawlish Warren and the like in the distance. And we're also watching Somerset take to the field, having won the toss and elected to bowl first. One change from the team that went down against Hampshire last time out. Returning is Ellie Anderson to the side, B. Willis dropping out. So Bex Odgers and Sophie Luff, you'd imagine, will open up when the time comes. Annika Leroyd, Neve Holland, Jess Hazel, Katie Jones, Alex Griffiths, Chloe Skelton, Ellie Anderson, Lola Harris and Liv Barnes. Visitors Warwickshire in fourth place in the table, having come off a good win against Lancashire last time out, and they have named an unchanged side from that game. Ed Seaborn and Peter Trigo up in the, well, I was going to say up in the gods. That's a bit overdoing it, but we've got a great view of proceedings. And Triggs Somerset deciding to bowl first. Probably not much of a surprise, I'm guessing.
Yeah, we're at sort of base camp level at the moment, aren't we, Ed? Here at Exmouth, we've got a great view down the wicket, slightly off to one side, but we'll have a good sort of sense of what the ball might be doing. It's a slight surprise, I have to say. You know, knowing the characteristics of the ground, it looks a great place to bat. I suppose a tiny little bit of inclement weather around is always seems to slightly favour the chasing team if there are some delays in play or lost overs. So yeah, it's one of those marginal things. As a great man once said, the toss only determines the order of play, not the order in which you play. So you know, two good teams going at it today, and we hope for a good contest. I don't think the toss is that definitive. You know, as we experienced it last game here, a very fast outfield, generally a pretty good pitch.
It's a little bit further over to one side from the last game. Alex Griffiths to start things off. Had some swings straight away. Georgia Redmayne opening the batting for Warwickshire alongside Amu Surin Kumar. So some serious experience with Georgia Redmayne, the Australian overseas player for Warwickshire, keeping and opening the batting. Dear, it started already. Surin Kumar at the non-striker's end. That's a sharp piece of fielding in the gully. But yeah, Warwickshire having had the double done over them by Somerset in the T20 and looking today to return the favour in kind in the One Day Cup competition. It was a good game at Edgbaston between these sides, high scoring game, both teams making over 300. Let's hope for some more excitement today. Just past extra cover, so first runs for Georgia Redmayne. It's a great pleasure to be back here, and it started off a little nicer than the last time. It looks like slightly choppy waters out there at the moment.
Absolutely beautiful out there, and yeah, the pitch itself, you know, from here it looks a very good sort of colour for batting, I must say, and already signs those first few balls that first ball that went through to the keeper, and that sort of played on the up-cover drive, suggesting there's some nice sort of pace and bounce in the wicket, which is good. I think, you know, that with the outfield being so quick, I do expect quite a high-scoring, exciting game.
Yeah, sort of.
It was a little bit more miserly last time, off memory, wasn't it? It was a bit.
Yeah, we had those
showers
just blowing in, blowing through. Width on offer, finding the gap through extra cover, and you're not chasing that. It just won't slow down at all. So a boundary for Georgia Redmayne.
Yeah, ended up in the bag of those two watchers down there. So we've had to dig that ball out. But yeah, I mean, it almost defies physics, this place. The ball seems to pick up speed the further away from the bat that it goes, especially on the other side of the pitch, where there's a slight slope from left to right as we're looking at it. But yeah, slightly over pitched and wide from Griff there, so I expect her to tighten her line up back in towards those stumps, and she's done that well. Finishing the over with a dot, but a nice start as a batter to get a couple of nice crisp cover drives off. So yeah, Redmayne is keeping the batting. Very much keeping the batting, Ed.
Well, she didn't keep the strike, which might have been keeping the batting, but anyway. Goodness knows. All right, I'll just be sure the first time you make a mistake to just let it slide. I won't do anything like pick you up on it.
Well, Ellie Anderson back into the team and taking the new ball from the pavilion end. I expect this wicket to, going by the sort of bounce and carry that Griff got on a number of deliveries there. I expect this wicket to be quite well suited to Ellie's. Normally bowls that sort of back of a length delivery. One slip and a gully in place.
Quick single, and might even be a quick two. No, just the one. So Surin Kumar underway straight away. She hasn't played for Somerset since the last game here at Exmouth, so back-to-back Exmouth games for Ellie Anderson, but she's been off in various places since. Loaned to Glamorgan, played for the ECB Development 11 against India. That's their warm-up for the... Well, I suppose their warm-up for the warm-up for India before the T20 series ahead of the Women's World Cup.
I'm certainly getting a sense of the intent from the Somerset team and captain. Absolute beauty there from Ellie Anderson, in on that line, angled in from round the wicket. It looks like it just nipped away, very nearly a player miss, but very aggressive field setting, only utilising one of the fielders out of the ring, which is at deep square, and opting to have a gully catcher in place instead of the third man. So certainly the mindset to sniff out a few early wickets. Very unusual that captain doesn't use those two fielders outside of the ring, but yeah, certainly an aggressive move by the Somerset captain. Like it.
I just assumed there was somebody I couldn't see.
Yeah, I've leant forward and done full owl. I can assure you, it is only one outside of the ring.
It's not easy to camouflage a fielder in black on this ground. Everything being green or sandy coloured. Unless there was somebody standing right in front of the sight screen. The wrong side of the advertising board. So it almost worked as well, that gully. Flying away past Annika Learoyd.
I have to say, if that would have gone to hand, that would have been an absolute masterstroke. Because like I said, why I sort of took time to look around, it is unusual for the captains not to have that second fielder out, opting to prioritise taking early wickets. And I'm actually quite pleased there isn't a reaction to that boundary early on, and Griff has stayed in position there at gully. Or is that Annika? Could be.
Well, I took a slightly different route to the ground this morning. I came down from the heights above us. You can just about see the pitch through the trees up there, but please do come in and buy a ticket. you can't see the whole ground, so and also you won't get the fish the fish lunch.
Well, you could go full Antigua in the 90s, where a lot of the fans from outside of the ground. If you remember watching cricket way back when, you might be a bit too young, Ed, but that was quite a famous thing. All the trees would have lots of fans parked up, saving themselves a few dollars.
Certainly, the fort at Gaul is another place where you can get a few non-paying spectators there. But don't worry, Spencer's going to go up and patrol the path up there if anybody's loitering.
Yeah, he's got his army fatigues on. He'll be up there stealthing around. Buy a ticket and buy an ice cream. Come on. 12 without loss after that first couple of overs. Boundary in both overs. One near opportunity for Somerset so far. That slightly mistimed shot. Oh, a poor throw there from Niamh Holland. Air-mailing Katie Jones, and they pick up one of those crowd favourite buzzers.
This broadcast coming to you today via the beauty of a certain satellite system, I'm told, in 1080p, not 240p like last time. I think it's very good.
High res from Exmouth.
Higher the better.
Good work, Elon and the Starlink team. Excellent stuff. Put a man on Mars, no problem. Good quality Wi-Fi in Exmouth. Challenge completed. If it works, because we actually don't know if it's working. I'm assuming.
I think, given that
wherever you're watching it, shout out the window. Do the Tarzan cry if it is coming to you in 1080p.
Given that there's not an awful lot of desperate running around from those involved in getting the stream up and running, I'm going to confidently suggest that we're going out to everybody.
Excellent stuff. Well, that was the ball just before that last one there. That was quite a nasty sort of, quite a steep bounce off back of a length there from Griff. So yeah, certainly a little bit in the wicket, and adding a bit of weight to Somerset choosing to bowl first. Obviously, I haven't actually been out there, so there might be some sort of live grass or a bit of moisture there. Nice tight line there from Griff, another dot ball. That's always quite unsettling as a batter when you get a ball rising off a length. It's important that you sort of put that out of your mind and just assume that it's just the one that's happened today.
How do you do that? That's one of the things I just don't understand about about professional cricketers, how they do that.
Well, I think that that is part of the skill of batting. Is if you watch a lot of batters, certainly the top high run scoring players, they have almost like a reset process. A lot of batters will walk a couple of steps down, do a bit of gardening. As Redmayne's done there, steps to the side. It's almost like a complete reset of your mind to make sure you're focused and making sure that what happened on the ball before, you don't assume that that's going to happen again. You just play the ball on its merit. That's kind of the art of batting, really. But it is challenging, and certainly depending on the pace of the bowler you faced. And the worst case scenario is it hit you somewhere nasty or knocked out a couple of teeth. Becomes a lot more difficult if you've copped one in the rib off of back of a length and you're sort of nursing that sort of bit of pain. But a good over there from Griff, finishing the third.
It was like a sort of pre-shot routine in golf.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely.
Just get lost in the routine and then lose the ball. No.
Well, that also does happen, but yeah, I mean that is almost the art of sports like golf and cricket. Just with coaches or mentors, psychologists, even in the later stage of, or certainly where the game's going now, a lot of teams work with psychologists. It's making sure that you're present, and the mechanics of the game is you probably have to be switched on for about 5 or 6 seconds at a time, and then make sure that if you go to the extreme of your goal as a batter is to go out there and score 100, that's going to take 2.5 hours, somewhere in that region. It's impossible to be like locked in, concentrated for 2.5 hours. You have to have an on and off mechanism, and that's where the pre-shot routines come in. And obviously the same as golf, you hit your shot, you walk however far you've hit it, and in that period you've got to be relaxed. But then when you get to your ball again, you've got to be back into your sort of performance mode. It takes a bit of working out, and a wide down the leg side. Katie Jones can't quite reel that one in. It rattles into the boundary for 5 wides.
So what I'm hearing is that there's a very good reason why cricketers play a lot of golf. It's not just because, I don't know, secretly they want to actually be a golfer rather than a cricketer.
Well, I think there's a twofold benefit to golf. The strength and conditioning coaches would call it active rest. You know, you have a hard training session, or you've got a day off or a travel day to sort of flush the legs, you know, get the mind right. You know, it's 3-4 hours in the fresh air where you know, walking around, you burn a few calories as a sort of health benefit to it as well. But actually, I had a really good experience sort of somewhere in the middle part of my career, where I had a golf aim, and it coincided with the season I scored the most hundreds, because it's so similar mentally. It's like 4.5 hours of concentration, on and off mechanism, and yeah, it's actually pretty good practice for a cricketer, certainly a batter.
Just had a soaring gull in front of the pavilion, which looks like it knows it gets fed here.
Yeah, we've had a couple of days away, myself and Mrs. T, and we had the hotel seagull, who got very friendly with us, because I like feeding the odd French fry to the seagulls. I quite like them. They're beautiful birds. I don't know why they get such a bad rap.
And this could be another boundary. There's no fine leg. Deep square instead, and 4 more. I'm not sure that was that entirely where she was aiming that one to go, but it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, that was about 120 degrees away from the intended shot, but again, I think they're absolute gold early on in innings. You've played a slight false shot, half an inside edge, and racing away for 4. It just fills you with a nice bit of confidence. Runs are key, as they say. No pictures on the scorecard. I feel like I'm in cliche mode today, Ed. I don't know why. Oh, that's a short delivery and put away fiercely by Suren Kumar. That is a very dismissive pull shot.
Yeah, apart from that one ball that just popped a little bit, it's already sounding pretty good off the bat.
Yeah, I mean, like our master of technology, marketing, and everything brilliant that happens on the stream, Ben did. I actually asked Ben, I saw the Warwickshire players padded up. I said, Warwickshire win the toss and bat. It was a little bit of a surprise for me, because if you bat well on a good pitch, I think it is a good pitch, and a fast outfield, you can put on the board quite an intimidating score. That, you know, that again, old cliche of scoreboard pressure is certainly a thing. You know, you bat first, you score somewhere in the region of 300. Yeah, it takes some chasing, regardless of how good the pitch is. So, I was a little bit surprised that Somerset didn't want to bat first on here, but you only know the outcome after 2 innings are played, of course.
Oh, finding the gap through point now. Georgia Redmayne. It was made to look quite easy.
Yeah, that's a big over for Warwickshire there. 3 boundaries in those last 6 balls, and the 5 wides as well. That's actually quite a chunky over.
3 boundaries off the bat, and then the 5 wides. I'm going to.
I think
I'm going to add it up.
It's abacus time, isn't it?
19, I think.
My favourite phrase: suboptimal. It's a suboptimal over from a Somerset perspective. Alex Griffiths continuing from the C end. It's got to be the C end.
Oh, we had this last time.
We like this game, don't we?
We had this. Well, actually, we have this every time, wherever we are, except at Taunton. I think just about remember what the names are called
there's
there.
great big signs at the end of the ground at Taunton, so it becomes a little bit easier.
Don't ask me what the end nearest the town is at Taunton Vale, though. Still can't remember.
Ooh.
Almost came.
No, it's right there.
Right. I mean, the Hake Hill end's the other one.
Staple Grove Road end.
Oh, it is as
That's
well.
good, that, isn't it?
That is good.
Yeah.
I wasn't anywhere near that. I remembered it was one of those where it sounded like there was one too many things in there, like just the Staple Grove end. But
It's difficult for me because the road right next to mine is called Stanhope Road, and I want to say Stanhope, but it's Staple Grove Road end. Spencer has confirmed it, so that makes it official.
the broccoli tree end was coined for the Hake Hill end by Molly Robbins, but I'm not sure that we can go with that officially. Doesn't quite have the ring of formality to it that these ends need. Oh, that wasn't far off.
Near drag on there from Redmayne. Just a good interlength delivery outside off stump. She sort of leant back trying to create an angle to cut that through backward point and nearly dragged that back onto the stumps. Yeah, it's actually quite a flying start here for Warwickshire early on. Somerset need a wicket. They've kept that gully fielder in position. Only one fielder outside of the ring. How long will Somerset persevere with that while the runs are flowing? 35 without loss. Warwickshire after, I can't see, but it's got to be 5 overs.
4 point something.
Yeah, that's a
4.
That's a
.4.
good start from a Warwickshire perspective.
Just a pleasant push into the gap, and she's just got there.
That's a great bit of work there from Sophie Luff. She is absolutely motored. Sliding stop across the red grass. It is bone hard out there, so there's definitely a bit of flesh donated to that saving of 2 runs. 1 run, even worse. Lost half a knee, and it's only saved 1 run.
She kind of regretted doing that, maybe, when she got
there,
up.
There are definitely outfields that you sort of question whether it's worth sliding and diving on, especially here on the square with it being so arid.
It's so arid that we've even got a sort of desert-style tents over there, which I don't remember seeing last time off towards the seafront.
Little military teepee looking things. One thing that's not going to be arid though is Lulu's fish lunch that we're going to enjoy later on this afternoon. If you are in the ground or thinking about coming to Exmouth, make sure you bring, shake out the piggy bank, bring a couple of quid, because the lunches here are phenomenal.
So that's already, I think that's 2 mentions in the first 5 overs. I'm actually surprised it's only that many.
Match referee at the end of the room, Mike Smith, has just done the old rubberneck over. He heard the recommendation for a lunch. He looks like he's going to put his money where his mouth is. Another 4 there to that vacant 3rd man area. I wonder if Captain Sophie Luff's going to react to that. Boundaries are flowing here. Feels like Somerset have to potentially concede that catching position for a run saver.
Yeah, so Portaloos are getting peppered down there. Somebody needs to protect them.
Well, hopefully they haven't been used at a Glastonbury festival, because they'd be used to it.
their business here.
Sophie, he's carrying a bit of a limp there on. Looks like that right knee from the slide she did in that previous over. She's crouched down at the moment thinking, was it ever worth it?
It's on balance how many 50 over games actually do get decided by one run. Not many. That's the attitude I'd take anyway.
Yeah. If I don't hurt my knee, I'll score an extra run. No worries, team. Yeah, both opening bowlers have gone around the wickets, Redmayne, for every delivery. I always like, you know, the ability to sort of change a plan if it's not quite working. I mean, if the ball isn't swinging, which it doesn't look like it is today, from over the wicket you can create an angle across. I mean, the field, I like the field in its essence with the two catches in there, but you know, unless you produce deliveries like that from around the wicket, it's a little bit more challenging to get it away from the left-hander if it's not swinging. From over the wicket, there's a natural angle bringing your catches into play. I'd like one of them to maybe give that a bit of thought and hopefully give that a try at some stage, because at the moment the runs are flowing a little bit too easy here at Exmouth.
Well, Davina Perrin is injured, and you wouldn't really know that Davina Perrin wasn't playing with the rate that Warwickshire have started off at. She seems to have been put on milk duty. Davina Perrin's just emerged from us, not from us, from down below us, with a pint of milk. Looked like full fat as well.
Oh, another great shot and stop. Mix up. A hit might be close. Great bit of work there from Sophie Luff again. Really bounced awkwardly in front of her. Looks like she's probably stopped that with some part of her body. And cricket has an amazing knack. If you've hurt yourself in the field like she has with that slide, you can guarantee the ball's going to find you and it's going to be as awkward as possible. She's in the wars at the moment, but doing a good job.
She's no longer absolute cert to be in a short extra cover or short mid wicket as she would have been, but even though she's been fielding at point and mid wicket, she'd have thought she might have got some slightly easier.
Yeah, you think as the captain,
deliveries.
you'd park yourself at mid on, mid off where you can see a bit, but she's put herself straight into the duck shy, which is backward point. So we know that from Sophie though. She's fully committed. Back in to backward point again. Redmayne on strike, the left-hander, who looks like she's eyeing up those cut shots. Still only one fielder outside of the ring. A nick and past the keeper, past the slip, and races away for 4. Nothing going Somerset's way at the moment. It's all Warwickshire.
Yeah, I wonder whether Katie Jones is now regretting having decided to come up to the stumps. I suppose her feet may not have been quite as planted, so she might not have nicked it if Jones hadn't been up there. But having two fielders gone on the attack, having those two fielders there, finally found the edge and the payoff for the plan, and then it escapes everybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's the one thing that you, I suppose, question when you go up to the wickets, the likelihood of an edge, and in fairness, it wasn't looking like an edge was coming, which probably led to the decision of Casey Jones coming up, pinning Redmayne back into her crease, and as you say, trying to negate her footwork, and just sod's law really that the very next ball the nick comes and chance gone.
Oh, it's another sweetly timed cover drive from Georgia Redmayne, and another boundary.
Yeah, I think one of those fielders has got to go out and patrol that offside boundary. You can keep the gully position in. I would say that sliding point through, which seems to be almost like one of the modern day fields actually that's certainly changed over the last 3 or 4 years. The third man fielder in a lot of one-day cricket now is almost on the gully line rather than that traditional third man position. Seems to be quite a fruitful area for a lot of batters, sort of any width slashing through that backward point region.
I just think it was the 50 up, but then I hesitated.
Can't
on the
see,
board,
can we?
but
We've got
no, there's a
obstacles in the way.
there's a railing which is probably quite important for health and safety, but not important when it comes to us needing to read the scoreboard, especially if the PA announcer stands there. No, he's got to see as well. So 51 in 6.3 overs. 6.4 overs.
Yeah, Redmayne rattling along 32 off 29 balls. She's certainly had the lion's share of the strikes. Sir and Kuma only 11 balls, but she's got herself 12 runs as well. So if you were on the Warwickshire bench at the moment, you'd be pretty happy with where the team are at the moment. Somerset have got a bit of work to do in this first power play.
We're dealing in hand signals a little bit when it comes to the score. I'm just glad that so far it hasn't been 2 anything. Let's see what hand signal I get then. 7 overs bowled.
1.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you. I wonder if they might have to go to spin a little bit earlier than they anticipated, but Anderson will get a 4th over. Still hoping that Seam might produce a... When I say it's an early wicket, it'll be an early wicket in terms of overs, but not in terms of runs.
Yeah, I mean, one of the options I think early on in this power play is experienced Chloe Skelton, who's going to be on a bit of a high at the moment, having been recently picked in the England A squad for the upcoming series, which is awesome and well deserved from her. Not only her bowling, but she's really started to contribute brilliantly down the order with the bat as well. So, you know, she's going to be really sort of upbeat and probably a good time to maybe get her into the attack and try and stem the flow a little bit.
Somerset do have 2 of the top 5 wicket takers in this one-day cup in Griffiths and Skelton. But as you say, particularly the batting has been fantastic this season. It's not just been... earlier in a, I suppose, Storm career, she'd come in and play some really important innings, but they wouldn't be at the rate that she's able to do now. Her striking ability, the way that's come on, been fantastic to see.
Yeah, there was just sort of like, I suppose, sporadic performances, and I think it's just a time and time practice and a confidence thing for Scouts. One thing that was really quite clear, and certainly something that I spoke to her about, is how much ball striking ability she had. I don't think she really had the confidence necessarily sort of rated herself as a batter. She was a spinner, that certainly enjoyed batting, but maybe didn't back herself to put in those performances. And 2-3 years down the line now, she's made herself into a genuine all-rounder, which is absolutely crucial, certainly in limited overs cricket, to have your spinner that can offer with the bat, and she certainly does that, and certainly why the England selectors have given her that opportunity later on this summer.
Suren Kumar at least being pinned on strike a bit. She's not actually had a great deal of the strike in relation to Georgia Redmayne.
Yeah, I think the nature of Somerset's field probably led to that as well. There's a lot of fielders inside the ring, so the boundary count's high, the singles count is pretty low, so there's not been a great deal of sort of rotation of the striker. Another very nice pull shot in front of square, 4 runs, and Ellie Anderson's first few overs back into the team have been expensive. Just a bit inconsistent line and length so far this morning.
just as the over had started off well, she certainly played that pull shot. Hammered it a couple of times, Surin Kumar.
Yeah, it was a shame there because there was a string of dot balls, and just that release delivery there has kind of spoiled that excellent start to the over. Near inside edge onto the stumps, but a single to close out his 8th over. Warwickshire 56 without loss.
Yeah, so coming towards the back end of the 10 overs of power play, and I wonder if we're going to be getting our first change of bowling. There's a long discussion, and it does appear that Chloe Skelton's coming into the attack bin in replacement of Griffiths. There we go, the C end.
It's happened. Skelts into the attack. Let's have a look at the field. One fielder out of the circle. There's been a change of rules.
Well,
I'm not aware of, because this seems.
I don't think so.
It seems a little bit strange, considering the way that the first 8 overs have gone, that you wouldn't try and protect another boundary.
I'm starting to doubt myself, but I certainly haven't read it if that's the case.
Smudge, has there been a change of rules? Are you not allowed 2 out anymore? What's the crack? Well, it's been confirmed there has been no rule change. It's purely a decision to try and save a few extra runs within the ring, but you have to think the boundary count has got to be a concern at the moment.
Well, there's some bounce, but she's ridden the bounce and got 4. Just a bit offline, and stepping inside it, helping it away. 4 more runs, and Surin Kumar's catching up to Georgia Redmayne now.
Yeah, I was a big fan of it for the first 4 overs, but again, it's just adapting to the situation, and so many boundaries have been scored so far this morning. You'd think that you'd have to, or would want to react to that and protect one side of the wicket, so you can bowl whether it be a off stump or tighter, straighter line to protect one side. Put the sweep fielder out is probably the obvious one, and Skelts can sort of bowl in towards the pads. Definitely looks like there's turn and bounce on offer.
Maybe there's been some sort of agreement. Perhaps we'll see it in the second innings, where Warwickshire only have 1 fielder out. I doubt it.
I'm with you. There's certainly a lot of bounce here from Skelton early on, and yes, a bit of turn. Another one towards where me and Ed would have that fielder out. Another boundary.
I mean, it's tricky to, when you're getting that much bounce, it's tricky to protect that area without having a fielder on the boundary, because it's not at the moment immensely quick bounce, so she's got time to get in position, swivel on it, and even if you get a top edge, it's going to go over the infield.
Well, I think that's Olivia Barnes at square leg, sort of intimating that she thinks she should pop out onto that boundary, but it seems to be fully locked into the plan. Oh no, we have movement. Ellie Anderson is dropping outside of the ring and going to plug that gap down towards fine leg.
No, she didn't do it. I was just thinking before she bowled that delivery, this is not where you then want to bowl it full and wide outside off stump.
Yeah, that's when you see a bit of steam release of the captain's ears when you do that sort of thing. In fact, Spence, can you pass me my lovely milkshake? Because last time I was here, I had my little treat for myself stolen, so I'm going to keep it keep an eye on that one. Can't trust anyone down in Exmouth.
Did you ever find out who that was?
Well,
That
it's
stole your-
absolutely. There was no jury required. It was absolutely Robbins and Corney.
Which one of them?
Well, they worked in cahoots. It was
it was a
planned,
joint.
premeditated, and executed.
So one of them wasn't an accessory, and the other was the
Well, I think
main offender.
equally punishable. Double change here at Exmouth from the pavilion end. Olivia Barnes is coming into the attack with a left arm spin.
Yeah, she's been on excellent form. Really enjoyed her time in the T20 Blast. Been picking up wickets there. Got wickets as well against Hampshire last time out. The wickets really the only thing that's going to pull this back at this point. Run rate over 7s. I can see quite a lot of smiles down below us from the Warwickshire camp, so especially considering they've got Meg Austin and Katie George coming in next, who are coming off hundreds, and then Caris Pavley, who got 100 against Somerset in the 50 over match at Edgbaston. There's reason to be buoyant if you're the Bears so far. Barnes looking to change that. Oh, and she has. Leg bail off. Turn and bounce again, and it almost bounced over the top of the stumps, but just nicks that leg bail, and that's a big wicket. Georgia Redmayne gone, and Liv Barnes striking first ball.
Yeah, superb timing for that wicket. Somerset desperately needed a breakthrough, and Liv Barnes, it was called in the media room by a nameless individual, but it was, I fancy you getting a wicket first over. We didn't mess around with first over. First ball.
Okay. Well, I think that's 6 opportunities to be right. If somebody had said first ball, then I'd have been impressed. I'm not impressed first over. No.
Definitely spin and bounce early on. And what are the what's the bowl? You got Lola Harris, Skelton, and Barnes with their spin. So expect to see at least 30 overs of spin going by. What's been happening on the wicket so far? Quite a lot of bounce actually, Ed.
Yeah. Well, I think as much as they'd still be happy with the 65 for 1, with the amount of spin that Warwickshire have got in their side, I think they'll be quite pleased to see that as well. Davis, Baker, Brett, Pavley, 4 really good spin options of their own. Perhaps Mary Taylor, who's the only one of the Taylor twins playing, perhaps Millie Taylor, if she's down there somewhere, is thinking a little injury sub in maybe. Having seen that, looks like a good surface to bowl spin on. Meg Austin to the crease. And every time I watch Meg Austin live, she seems to get an absolute, I say this quietly with the match referee over the other side of the box there, but she seems to get an absolute howler every time I watch her play.
Are we talking about decision or delivery?
Yeah.
Okay. Controversy here early on. Morning here at Exmouth. I like it though. I like it.
Well, she
LBWs or
there was one LBW.
Is it as bad as the refereeing decision for the penalty against France last night?
I couldn't tell you because I wasn't watching. I was tucked up in bed by that point, I'm sure. What was it? What talk me through? Did VAR not intervene?
It was a not given clearest penalty you'll probably ever see. VAR interjected saying, "I think it's a penalty. You need to have a look at that." And the referee was sort of very arrogantly ran over like a dressage horse. And I actually said he's not going to turn this over. He was so like locked into how good a ref he was, and then he saw it in slow motion. Mbappe was sort of, if he didn't jump and only got his back leg clipped, he would have had both legs broken. He went down.
Oh, it was France getting the penalty.
Yeah,
or would have been.
should have
Oh,
done, yeah.
that's reason enough, I think,
And,
for them not to get it.
And he stuck to his guns, which obviously blew up the old social media, which I was enjoying. It was good. Great little sweep shot. Søren Kuma there. She's going to pick up a boundary, but a successful over from Olivia Barnes, striking in her first delivery. Bit of a shame that last ball boundary, but certainly the wicket Somerset needed.
Yeah, no, I because
now
it's.
we've got Starling. You should goggle it. You should goggle it and have a look.
Oh, okay.
Even if you're not a football
later
fan,
on.
you'd enjoy it.
No, there's just too much going on at the moment. It's absolute sport overload, and I didn't think that was possible for me.
Well, England have already won the World Cup that means the most. Obviously, Littler and Humphreys winning the darts.
Oh, that one, yes, of course, yeah.
Way more important than the football.
Beating the mighty Netherlands in the final.
Proper athletes.
They beat Wales en route as well, I think.
Yeah, I mean it was.
So all the titans of the game were there, apart from Gerwyn Price.
Gerwyn Price, he didn't have his best final. But notably, he's definitely been on a strength and conditioning regime. He's looking in good nick. Old Michael van Gerwen at the moment. His throw's gone a bit off.
Because he's single now, isn't he?
Incentive.
Looking for the double. Would you like to have a guess, speaking of World Cups, after 8 overs, Australia playing Bangladesh in the women's T20, would you like to have a guess what the score is for Bangladesh after 8 overs against Australia?
I am going to go with 8 overs.
Oh, it's going to land safe, just between mid-off and mid-on.
17 for 5.
29 for 5.
Ooh. That's a good guess.
Suboptimal.
It was his suboptimal start. It's a long way back.
But the captain's still there. Oh, that's a tasty delivery.
Yes, I think it's going to be a good period here for Somerset. If two quality spinners, Skelton and Barnes, can hone in on an area, there's definitely bounce and turn available. Warwickshire currently going at 7 runs and overs. They certainly need to do something about that.
It's a Headingley as well, that one. It's absolute
Nipper.
roads these days at Headingley. Just think.
Have Australia got only one fielder outside of the circle?
Probably have everybody inside the circle with a score like that. Cutting through point for a single. Yeah, Elise Perry's still irritatingly good at cricket. 1 over 2 for 3.
Yeah, that's the type of scorecard where as a captain you've got an awful lot of bowlers putting their hand up saying, can I have the next over, Skip?
Yes, and with it being Sophie Molyneux now, the Australia captain, she has given herself 2 overs. Quite right too. 2 overs, 1 for 5. Dear, dear, poor Bangladesh. Still a slip in place here.
Turn and bounce, almost spun a bit too much. It wasn't a great delivery that from Barnes. It was definitely in the realms of a cut shot, but sort of spun and stopped quite sharply, and so Kuma wasn't able to get that through. But yeah, certainly cause for concern. I think you're going to have to be quite watchful against the spin here. That one just sliding on almost the identical delivery, but 2 completely different outcomes.
I suppose when you've been in a bat to ball mode as well, first 10 overs against the sea, it must be quite difficult to then make the adjustment. one just seemed to hold in the surface a little bit, and she did wait for it.
Yeah, Seren Kuma sort of intimating to her batting partner up the other end that it's holding, stopping in the pitch. So certainly going to be quite a big feature of the day's play. The slower bowlers. I bet Somerset and the captain Sophie Luff might be kicking herself she didn't turn to spin a little bit earlier.
There's another fielder coming up. Backward square inside the circle for Austin. Am I seeing things again? There is only one out, isn't there?
Correct.
For Meg Austin.
And now you could have 4.
Yeah.
I feel like there's a plan. There is definitely a conscious
cunning
plan.
Cunning plan.
Cunning plan, Baldrick.
Well, there's one more going out, presumably because they will just want to get out of the over now. Oh, it stays down a bit. I'm quite sure what to make of this.
There's definitely, I would say the challenge is definitely weighted towards the bowler at the moment with the slower bowlers. You know, we've got turn bounce, a couple of skidded and kept a little bit low, so I can, if Somerset are thinking wickets, encouraging bigger shots, they're certainly doing that with only one fielder out. I suppose, you have to see how that goes, but it certainly looks like there's plenty of challenges that the bowlers can present to the batters. Spin, bounce, occasional one keeping low. Good times. It's going to be a fascinating few overs. It's going to take some good batting, I think, to stay in and score freely against Skelton and Barnes.
I'll be glad they've got that rocket-like start under their belts anyway, so it just takes away that scoring pressure for a while.
I mean, that's the one benefit, I suppose, on a wicket like this of Warwickshire batting first. They've had that opportunity to see that spin is quite effective, and they'll probably be able to react a bit quicker than Somerset did. Bringing spin on in
like
sort of the 8th, 9th over, or whatever it was.
I think Phoebe Brett opened the bowling last match for them, if I remember rightly, so they may well open with spin straight away, which would be asking the question of Odgers and Sophie Luff when the time comes.
Nicely played, good hands there from Seren Kuma, just trusting the pitch and playing a shot through the offside, and another airmail from the boundary from Griff.
Just firing it into the shins of Liv Barnes.
Yeah, just what you want.
Not that I'm wishing Barnes and Skelton out of the attack at all, but the way that this is responding off the surface, I can't wait to see the leggy on this.
Yeah, Lola, as we've spoken about a few times, certainly gives the ball a good rip. There's a lot of side spin on the ball, bowls a slightly slower pace, which I think is going to be a challenge. So I'm with you. Be really keen to see Lola into the attack early. She's like I said, she's become ever more accurate. Like I said, it's the amount of side spin she puts on the ball that I think could cause some problems. So look forward to seeing that at some stage. No doubt it will be relatively, certainly sooner rather than later.
Yeah, I suppose in a way you keep a few overs of Skelton up your sleeve for the back end, because particularly since the early stages of this competition, when Somerset had their England players available, quite often Sophie Luff has had to turn to Chloe Skelton when she's needed to rather than wanted to. I think that's maybe a fair comment. But she certainly had the wickets output to justify that.
Yeah, also I think that's probably the right move in terms of the conditions as well. It seems that the bounce is a lot steeper from Skelton, the C end, the end that Skelton's bowling. So I think that would suit Lola Harris with her leg breaks. If she can get turn and bounce, that's quite the proposition. So yeah, for me that would be the obvious choice.
A leg bye signalled by Dean Daniels, and we've got Hassan Adnan at square leg, I believe, the man with the highest point to the sky that I think I've ever seen from an umpire. The finger just goes straight up in the air.
Yeah, played a fair bit of cricket against Haas back in the day. He played for Derbyshire. Used to bat number 3. Over pitch there from Barnes and Serenkuma's belted that over mid on. 1 bounce 4, very nicely put away. And that's a really good shot, because you kind of, because of the conditions at the moment, in a little bit of a defensive mode. So to pick that ball so quickly and hit that with that amount of power, it's a really good shot.
Oh, that looks close, but no, maybe just sliding. Talented cricketer, Amu Surinkumar, bowls a bit as well, although given that she's not a spinner, I don't know how much bowling she's going to get to do today. Oh, lovely piece of bowling. There's the turn that's on offer here. England under 19, Amu Surinkumar played in the under 19 World Cup in Malaysia not so long ago. That'd be a good tour, wouldn't it?
Humid
trip to Malaysia. End of another over.
Good over there from Barnes. Shame about that one delivery that spoilt the over, really. Some good stuff in there. Is Skelton going to continue? Looks like she is from the C end. 81 for 1, 14 overs gone here at Exmouth Cricket Club. The sun's starting to peep its way through.
Somebody doing a bit of windsurfing out there.
Yes.
Is that what it is? That's not windsurfing, is it?
Wakeboarding, is it, with the kite?
I
question
I'm
anyone's
terrible.
sanity that fancies strapping a kite to themselves. I'm not sure about that, Ed. I'm more of a combustion engine kind of guy. If you want to do something, go fast. You're one gust away from doing a Mary Poppins. I don't like the idea of that. They do it quite a lot in Weston-super-Mare. My hometown is quite big for windsurfing, with the flat sort of estuary. You get a lot of windsurfers, and I tell you what, does blow my mind is the guys that have those kind of like kites, and they sit in what effectively is like a hairdryer with a seat, and they fly around. The amount of times they end up being plucked out of the dunes halfway up a tree, honestly, it's actually one of my favourite things during a round of golf, is seeing one of them. What a great shot that is from Serenkuma, slightly overpitched by Skelton, and a perfect cover drive through the covers, and that is motored across the outfield. No chance of saving that.
Right over the drive and the car park as well. Long chase.
Yeah, it'd be good conditions out there if you are a fan of the old water sports.
I don't know what this device is called, but I've seen them here before, where it's not a jet ski, but it's sort of smaller than that. Do you know what I mean? And you sort of zip over the top of the water.
Oh, like a surfboard with some sort of motor underneath.
Yeah, that sort of device. I've no idea what it's called. You can tell I didn't grow up by the sea, despite my name. That's got everyone, apparently.
That took a good 6 seconds to land that one. But yeah, I like that. I can't imagine you going for a dip in a pair of Speedos though this afternoon.
I don't think anybody wants to imagine that.
It's etched into my mind at the moment, so let's move on. Yeah, it seems to be one ball and over, just keeping the scoreboard ticking for Warwickshire. One over pitch delivery and over a boundary. Just keeping Warwickshire ahead at the moment at this stage of the game. There's plenty on offer for the spinners. Barnes has beaten the outside edge a number of times so far. Slightly over pitched again, but not timed.
Speedos or budgie smugglers, or is there a difference in
I
just
think
where you are?
Both styles of swim garments should be banned, outlawed. The only real benefit to having something like that is if you're trying to break an Olympic record, whereas I'm assuming when you're just paddling in,
What about the tan line though? There's a little bit more of a. Yeah, no, not for me.
Well, if you're that focused on tan lines, you have gardens with walls and hedges to protect other people's eyes from that mission. Down the leg side, a sweep shot, gloved round the corner for a single. Warwickshire move on to 90 for 1. Quite a quick start, looking at the conditions and the way that it's started to somewhat misbehave against spin. You think throughout the day that's only going to get worse. Another poor delivery from Barnes and swatted out to mid-wicket for another boundary.
The ball's certainly not going to plug out there.
And it's definitely not going to spin from that length.
It was well placed anyway, but...
Well, we might have our wish quite soon. Lola Harris seems to be doing quite a end stage warm-up at backward point at the moment, going through her bowling action. So I think we're going to see a change of bowling very soon, and hopefully at the C end another full toss and nearly a great catch there from Barnes. Turns out to be quite a good stop, but what a great effort that was.
Oh yeah, Chelmsford. Spencer Bishop just jogging my memory to the incredible catch that Barnes took. I'm pretty sure it was against Essex at Chelmsford last year. She can hold them. I mean, Chloe Skelton's usually good for a ridiculous catch off her own bowling a season. That would have taken some catching.
Yes, if you can't field off your own bowling, you are struggling. Most bowlers become very incentivised when it's the chance for a wicket for themselves. It's always quite tough, isn't it, though, when you've just completed your action and the ball gets smacked back at you. It's all happens very quickly. Any caught and bowled is normally deemed quite a good effort. That would have been exceptional. One-handed diving, and she actually got a fair bit of hand on it because the ball was dropped down quite close to her. So yeah, it was. You'd probably throw that into the bracket of a half chance. Lola Harris is going to bowl from the C end.
Number 23, sponsored by Baton Solicitors, Lola Harris.
94 for 1. Lola into the attack. Slightly slower through the air than Chloe Skelton, but as we mentioned, puts a lot of side spin on the ball, so it'd be great to see her get into a nice rhythm. A little bit of a loosener and a quick single to start the over. Always takes a little bit of time. Not that it's necessarily the appropriate phrase, but leg spinners, being luxury bowlers isn't necessarily the case, but you do as a captain, I think, have to concede that it'll take a number of balls, maybe a couple of overs, just to get into rhythm. It's such a difficult skill to produce, but Lola's pretty much on the money there, so good start from her.
Yeah, got a bit of wind to battle here, especially as a bowler that
Oh, what's going on
flights
here?
the leggy so much. What?
Oh, we've got a world record Rubik's Cube attempt. Oh,
Does anybody
I think it's going to happen.
I don't think anybody did those anymore.
Can we just pause the game a minute?
We've got Somerset ones this year.
Somerset Rubik's Cube.
Yeah, it's our junior gift.
Apparently there are Somerset Rubik's Cubes up for grabs. What colours are they?
You know who's really good?
Maroon and blue and white.
Maroon, blue, white.
Annika Lee can do it so fast.
I've never completed a Rubik's Cube, but I have thrown one through a window before out of frustration.
Oh, I'd have loved to have seen that.
Does it count if you peel the stickers off and just replace them into done mode?
I think that's called thinking outside the cube.
Yeah, that sort of thing's a mystery. But yeah, you can do it, like people can do them in like 2 seconds. can't they?
Yeah,
It's-
I think once you know the you have to learn the knack.
You have to look
But I never
then,
bothered.
But then, like, doesn't that just take all the fun away? From
That's
the, a
why.
Rubik's
That's what I
Cuber?
thought.
It's like, well, what's the point if you can do it in 2 moves?
It's a bit like those Sudokus. I don't know if you ever got into doing those
I
at
did one
all.
on the plane the other day. It took
Yeah.
me, I managed to complete the easy in about 2.5 hours. It's class. I went cross-eyed. Oh, that's close. That's close. Oh, the fingers
Oh,
twitch.
yeah.
There was Haas just got a little bit of a twitch on. The shoulder went, the hand came up, but he's given a leg. Well, there's definitely a twitch there. Let's have a replay. Do we have replays with Elon Starlink? We must have. Let's have a look. Oh, no. It was halfway up.
Hassan Adnan was umpiring the championship match at Northampton 2 days ago, so we've both made the trip here from Northampton.
Should we travel together?
He did. could have car shared. Mind you, after what I said about one of his wide calls, no, no, but it was a I think it's a little movement just to click the clicker or something.
Yes.
It almost had me once at Northampton with that.
Is it really? Okay.
Yeah, yeah,
Well,
so
we'll
something
I'm going to
something
monitor
is,
that.
yeah.
If he does it every ball, we'll go with that. But that looked very unusual to survive a sweep shot that looked that straight. You normally get a positive decision from the umpire, so it'd be nice at the end of the over to have a super extra slow replay of it again. No, I'm getting a no. Right. I'm gonna tweet Musk, see if he can organise it. He'll sort us out.
Bowling from the beginning and end for Somerset number 27, sponsored by Amarin Rubber and Plastics. Lee Holland.
Right, Neve Holland is coming into the attack.
Yeah, not Roberts.
Oh, right on the money there. Nearly nipping back onto that front pad. Good start there from Neve.
Sponsored by a rubber and plastic.
Yeah, they made
Company.
they made Spencer's wedding suit. I didn't say if he'd used it or not. It's too early for the heads to go in it, Ed. We need to get back on track.
Do they
Wide
make the
deli-
Rubik's Cubes as
wide
well?
delivery there from Neve Holland. Have we had confirmation that Rubik's Cube was finished?
Where was the solver?
It must be down in front of us. I think we've got a crossword going on at the moment on the table.
Oh, that's got to be the quick crossword, doesn't it? Or is it a word search? Hopefully it's at least the quick crossword.
Oh, good stop there from Sophie Duff. Another one just bouncing awkwardly in front of her on those wicket ends. Looking down in disbelief. Another segment of flesh donated to the game. Bit of elbow this time.
Your pound of flesh today. donate the pound of flesh to the Exmouth outfield.
Kuma just closing in on a half century, a couple of runs away, and that'll be one closer. She's played nicely. She was pretty much starved of strike early on. Redmayne facing probably 3 times the amount of deliveries, but she managed to keep her focus and concentration, and she's moved on to 49 at the moment. A little bit of a cultured hoik across the line through mid-wicket and races away down that slope towards Lulu's fish bar that's going to get an absolute hammering later on for 4.
Does that really say Lulu's?
Well, I don't know, my eyesight's getting...
It looks like Lolulis. I need to take a picture of Lola Harris next to that and have Lola Lolulis.
It's like the posh version of Lulu's, isn't it? Oh, shot, and then well saved by Luff, who's down again. Oh, she's taken more offensive fire again at backward point. It's like a scene from Saving Private Ryan at backward point at the moment.
I think it's probably days like this where Fran Wilson's quite glad that she's retired, because that would have been her all 50 overs.
Yeah, it's
standing at
remarkable
backward
as
point.
well. Like the exact amount of space you need between the batter and backward point is always in an old used wicket area as well. So if you have to dive, it is absolutely bone hard, gritty bumps and horrendous. Yeah.
Mind you, most of these cricketers would have played some games at Cheltenham College where you could be fielding at slip and have to dive on a pitch. The 2 squares at Cheltenham.
Shot through extra cover. That's going to be 4. There's no cutting it off here at Exmouth. Slightly over pitched by Lola Harris. Not a bad delivery, but a very good shot.
She's a powerful hitter of the ball, Meg Austin, but she does like to take her time at the start of her innings, and there's concerning signs that she may have decided that she's taken her time and now starting to cut loose.
Yeah, well, the fact that the openers got off to such a flyer as well, it's sort of afforded the middle order batters just to be able to set themselves before they start being overly aggressive. So, yeah, almost the perfect platform in a one-day game to get a big score that Warwickshire have put on so far. Oh, nicely bowled, and that's got to be close. Pitched outside the leg stump could be... Oh, we need a replay. That looked really close. That's turned past the outside edge. Austin playing across the line, getting hit on the back leg, maybe a little bit high. The seagulls have landed, probably trying to eat a little bit of Sophie Luff's skin that she's lost out there. Or a packet of mini cheddars, which is what I think it is.
Oh, no, Sophie Luff's
Sophie
going. She's not scared of him.
Give me that elbow back. Mine.
Yeah, tougher lot than the goals at Taunton here, I reckon.
Look at them having a good old go at that. God, it's absolute carnage out there.
50 for Suren Kumar. Meanwhile, it's been a classy innings. And only just under a runner ball for Amu Suren Kumar.
Yeah, great knock. Absolutely great knock. Neve's been very brave. She's taken the crisp packet and put it in her pocket. She's going to get bombarded. Right, back to the cricket. 104 for 1. Suren Kumar just passed a really well-made 50.
9 fours.
Yeah, the high boundary count. Might have something to do with one fielder out of the ring at the start. Nicely bowled again by Lola Harris. Run rate has come down from 7s to just under 6s, so Somerset scrapping back. It's just that one delivery and over, given the opportunity to hit through the line of the ball. Luffy diving around again.
Yeah, get me on there if I know how to do it.
Over bowled.
Won't
Good
be
set
able to
there
get
from
replays.
Ola Harris.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Now I'm praying in this over that a ball goes in a particular direction.
What's 2?
Just a little dab down into the gully. I'm hoping for.
There's a lot of seagull action out there, picking up the old scraps of those mini cheddars. A known favourite for a seagull, the mini cheddar.
That way.
Just as long as one of them doesn't think there's a nice, tasty white egg.
Nicely bowled and well played there from Sarah Kuma. Big opportunity to get a sizable score here. Great start. Perfect platform for Warwickshire. 104 off of 18 overs at the moment. Ominous signs of for Somerset. They'll be chasing something that might start with a 3, and what a glorious shot that is down the ground. A good piece of fielding from, is that Jess Hazel there
Yeah.
in front of us? Yeah, good bit of work there from Jess.
Again, I mean, she just doesn't seem to be too much sort of warning when Suren Kumar goes for an attacking shot. There isn't even much difference between defence and the extension of that for an attacking shot. It's just really sort of economy of movement, and she's a really sweet timer of the ball.
Yeah, I think she's just, looks like she's just playing the ball on its merits. Anything slightly over pitch is certainly the full ball. She's able to react to that. She, it doesn't look at any stage she's gone into anything that looks like a hit mode. Just, she's playing defensively the good balls and attacking the ones that she views as boundary options. It's perfect batting at the moment. Just beating outside the outside edge from Neve Holland, and good glove work from Katie Jones.
I've also just realised how close my foot now is to that mains power. Yeah, I won't move much.
Yeah, be careful. Be careful with that. You've got on, off, mission to Mars. Oh, that's straight and given out. Slower, it looked like a slower delivery there from Neve Holland across the line by Austin. She's tried to hit that again in that mid-wicket region, and that's rattled into the pads. Had a hint of leg side on it, but I think that's just our angle. Neve Holland has picked up Somerset's second wicket and her first.
Well, a yelp of delight as soon as the ball hit the pad. It was rather different from the other appeals that we've heard, and no hesitation from the umpire. So a wicket for Neve Holland, who's bowled well against she bowled well against Warwickshire in both of the T20 fixtures between these teams.
Was
Dean Daniels, I believe.
Dan Daniels.
No, I think that's right. Anyway, I must admit I was struggling to remember. It's been a while since I've seen him on the circuit, but
zero hesitation.
just suddenly came to me whilst I was on commentary. Dean.
Oh, I think Dean made the right decision there. Full, straight, shin, out.
Right, Katie George out to face her former teammate, Neve Holland. Katie George off the back of 100, as I say, as Meg Austin was. Katie George's first list A 100 in the last game against Lancashire. ...127 off 97 balls.
day's work.
Yeah, but unfortunately, of course, a career blighted by injury affecting a left arm seam bowling. That's a lovely shot to get underway. It's exploded off the middle of the bat, but just for a single to cover. So a wicket taking over, only a couple of runs from it. The introduction of Neve Holland replacing the spin, proving to be a good 112 for 2.
Yeah, it's been a good drag back from Somerset. 7 over the power play, and that run rate slowly coming down. Seren Kumar's going to hold the key to a big score. She's on 51 at the moment, off just 55 deliveries. Plenty of batting, as we know, still to come, but certainly looking that Warwickshire are going to post something substantial here today at Exmouth. It's just from my eye, I think it's just been one delivery and over from the spinners. Just, you know, overs that looked like they were going to go for 2 or 3. That, you know, last delivery early on in the over, that one boundary is taking it to that sort of 5-6 run and over region. If Somerset spinners just can lock in on that area, just frustrate the Warwickshire batters. Hit hard towards the leg side, and a fantastic bit of work out there from Neve Holland, diving one-handed, and a good return throw as well. Saved 2 runs. Worth sacrificing the elbow.
Yeah, she doesn't seem to be showing any ill effects at the moment, but that will have hurt.
She's tough, is Neve. A good shot through the covers. Out to Barnes, patrolling that offside boundary.
I think you'd kind of know Katie George was in nick, even if you didn't know she was coming off the back of 100 where she started. You had to hit a boundary, but that ball is hitting the middle of the bat. Oh, slightly uppish from Seren Kumar into the offside, but it was well placed. Really could start to drag things back, Somerset, if they could, especially if they could remove Seren Kumar. Even with Katie George's level of confidence, get 2 fresh batters in there. Is that Becca Halliday down there? It is Becca Halliday with a dog. You can bring your dog to Exmouth, I think I saw. Dog's welcome. An air of optimism to it, that appeal.
Hassan does do a movement to his pocket, doesn't he? Every ball with the old, he must have the counting stones or something.
It's not quite the Paul Pollard tip of the hat.
That was certainly looked a little bit different, that one. I think that was actually an impressive bit of umpiring, that, because I think you actually, I think certainly as a fantastic ex-cricketer that he was himself, I think you'd see something that, you know, would look very good, but then just, and obviously the knee-jerk reaction was to potentially give it out, but then had the coolness of mind to actually rethink and actually find a bit of doubt, and actually looking at the particular dismissal or potential dismissal. I think it was a really good decision. I don't think it was out. I know the world of social media just piled on it, but it was actually a really good piece of umpiring.
Oh, is there a nick there? I think there might have been. Bouncing and off the gloves of Katie Jones. Not easy standing up, but potentially a bit of a half-life for Surin Kumar. It's almost one of the first times in her innings just done in by a little bit of the extra bounce onto the front foot, looking to drive, and a bit of bounce. Oh, I'm going to get away with that the way that Katie George is timing them so far, and she does pick up her first boundary.
Yeah, almost every ball so far has been crisp off the middle of the bat, and none better than that. A top draw cut shot raced across this surface. She moves on to 8, and yeah, certainly the way that she started her innings, looking in great form. Oh, that's a lovely bit of touch as well. That's going to be 4 runs. Minutes ago, it could have taken out a dozen seagulls on that line as well. Ed, you nearly had your wish.
There was the gully in position, but no, not anymore. I mean, that is as good, if not better shot than the previous one. Just the presence of mind to realise that she didn't have to smash it.
Yeah, that's a classy bit of touch play there from George, who's looking in great nick.
So the next ball, we're going to do a replay respectively. Okay, we're going to check it out publicly, but we're going to try and capture a replay of the next ball, whatever happens.
Yeah.
So your R takes 10 seconds. So for most boundaries, when the ball hits the rope, hit R.
Wow, she mistimed a ball. Don't think that's happened yet. So approaching the halfway stage, 22 overs gone, 127 for 2. Still looking like a big score in the offing for Warwickshire, and while Surin Kumar's out there in set, I'd expect nothing less than, well, I mean, think 300.
Oh.
Is R, that'll trigger 10 seconds previous. So you've got to trigger it just after the ball's
Bit of a conflap here as
when
Lola Harris will continue.
the ball hits the rope, that'll be about 10 seconds. If there's an LBW pill, just wait a couple of seconds and then go to the point. You'll get a
So
feel of it.
long off, up, deep, square, out seems to have been the result of that. So
That's the most important thing. That's step 1.
lots of protection leg side, not much on the offside. Surin Kumar has been fairly leg side dominant in this innings. Even though it's with the turn, maybe at least ask her to do something a little bit different. Oh, smash back straight. That'll be mid on, but long off in place for Katie George. Yeah, all but one of Surin Kumar's boundaries have come through the leg side. 8 of the 9.
Oh yeah, I can see it down there.
I think often normally with the leggy you'd be tempting to try and hit against the spin for the right-handers, but with Surin Kumar, she's got those wrists as well, just the wrists to be able to play everything
Okay.
against the turn. Soft wrists, but fast wrists. Oh, turn bounce, and there
So R.
admittedly was a bit wider, so I was forcing her to hit through the offside, but
It'd be that one, right?
I think that seems to be the thinking now, although I say that, but long off has stayed out. Sometimes when those loopy balls leave Lola Harris's hand, I think they're going to be incredibly high full tosses, and they always dip.
Yeah, it's a little bit sort of slow through. I kind of like the fielders back, encouraging Lola to bowl nice and full. I think that's important. So I don't mind her missing on a very slow surface. So I think it's a better miss to be slightly on the full side than short, because it really would sit up if she dragged it down. So yeah, good that she's persevering and trying to get the ball as full as possible.
Cracked away, and that's actually really well stopped.
Yeah, good work out there from Liv Barnes.
Not just getting to the ball, but then picking it up as it bounced a little bit in front of her, and a well-earned low 5 from Jess Hazel for that one. Liv Barnes throwing herself around. Four overs for 15 in the context of 131 for 2. Some good bowling from Lola Harris. Brains Trust getting to work again. Sophie Luff, Annika Learoyd and Neve Holland, who has herself now captained Somerset.
Crisp strike, crisp. Yeah, it's a good thing. Somerset have a number of players that have got, I would say, sort of captaincy qualities and a lot of experience. Neve, Griff, Sophie, Skelts. Yeah, I think that's good to share the load as a captain sometimes, because you never know where your next good ideas come from. It's good that senior players have a level of input, and important that the weight of all the decisions is not just on one person.
Just looking at the T20 World Cup score again, Bangladesh are going to bat the 20, which is something at least. 77 for 7 with 3 balls to go. It's been a struggle.
Doesn't sound like a crowd pleaser, that one.
No, I'd imagine that you'd have to be fairly committed to turn up to a double header. Oh, appeal for a stumping by the looks of things. It's a bit of bowling from Neve Holland, but to turn up to a double header, Australia versus Bangladesh and India versus Netherlands, you're going hoping for a monumental upset, I'm sure, but probably knowing that there's every chance that it could be a fairly short double header.
Yeah, 20 over game going at under 4 and over is probably not the spectacle.
Thick edge on that one. Just
nice off-pace deliveries, it looks, from Neve. Yeah. The change-ups mixed with some what looks like cutters and maybe knuckleballs. That's certainly sort of dipped and moved off the surface. So plenty of good skill acquisition over the last year or two from Neve.
Yeah, I was going to say she really seems to have added that
from the the lower back injury as well.
Yeah, she certainly used those variations to great effect in the T20 especially. Four
overs gone, 134 for 2. Seren Kumar 56, George 16. Run rate has plummeted down towards 5.5 runs and over. It was over 7 at one stage. So Somerset fighting back, and the wicket just showing signs that as the ball ages, the pace is a little bit more inconsistent. Looks like on the slower side and grippier side, spin definitely having an effect.
Just having a look at some other one-day cup scores. Well, there's a bit of a delay. Durham versus Yorkshire. Durham 102 for 6. The grudge match. Yorkshire rather expecting to get the Tier 1 status straight away and then having to wait a year for it, and then in the meantime losing a few of their players to Durham. A bit of feeling in that one, maybe. That's in the air. Chance maybe just over. It was hit hard and flat, but just not quite flat enough. Alex Griffiths at mid-on. One of the taller fielders there, but just not quite.
Well, it certainly wasn't straightforward. If anyone's going to catch it, you'd back Griff, but looked like a half chance, I'd say. Slightly over that, and followed up by a nick that's going to race away for back-to-back boundaries. Will it get up the slope? It's just going to get there. One decent shot to mid-on for 4. Presented a bit of an opportunity there for Griff, but that one was a fortuitous boundary from George, but she's certainly looking to come out on the offensive. I'm getting a bit of a sense that any total over 250 on this pitch is going to be, it's going to take some chasing. Somerset have got to find a way to get a little cluster of wickets here to peg Warwickshire back.
Shame really, it's going to put a bit of a dent on Lola Harris's figures, but she's sort of got what she was after, 2 balls in a row and gone for 8 runs.
That's going to hurt the figures too. Wide down the leg side, not going to make the. Is it going to make the boundary? No, it's pulled up about a foot short. That little incline towards the pavilion end has just slowed the ball down.
Low scores everywhere apart from here. Essex are 102 for 5 at the halfway stage against Hampshire, and Lancashire 92 for 4. After 23 overs against the Blaze.
Yeah, I might have a wander out to the wicket at half-time to see if there are sort of obvious signs of it being particularly dry. It's certainly playing that way. I mean, it looks from 60, 70 metres away that there's a little bit of sort of a green tinge to it, so it looked like a fresh enough pitch, but certainly playing like it's a little bit on the dry side.
You're going to get your car keys out?
Yeah. Go full Tony Gregg.
Just about aborted that single attempt in time.
Morning here from the middle of the park. Out here with my car keys. How's that?
Was that a Dalek?
That was some sort of like. You ever watch is it the Third Man tapes? They were. Oh, you have to. If you haven't, you must.
No,
it was a group
my face
of,
maybe
group
gave
of
away.
Aussies who mimicked all the sort of the Channel 9 commentators from back in the day.
That does sound right up my street.
Absolutely brilliant. So funny. Yeah, it's like Richie Benno and Tony Gregg and all the superstars.
No, there was one of Rory Bremner with Geoffrey Boycott with the car keys digging up the pitch.
Yeah.
A bird's eye No, it wasn't a bird's eye view on cricket. I'm getting confused because of Bremner, Bird and Fortune, and then Dickie Bird's, which was another one of the videos I used to have a bird's eye view on cricket. Videos. Who remembers those? VHSs.
Yeah, crazy, isn't it? CDs even. Yes, that is a must. That is a must for you on your train ride home. Third man tapes. Get into them.
Bang it in the search for later. No, it was, you know, the Rory Bremner, Jeffrey boycott. This looks a good pitch for batting. Let's ruin it a bit, and then bangs the ball into the. I don't know where they found the footage of Boycott doing this, or at least, you know, just on the edge of the pitch, just bashing the ball in a couple of times. Then I suppose they then put in a shot of him continuing to do it over and over again on the pitch.
Imagine that absolutely turbocharged. I mean, I suppose some of the content nowadays would be a little bit on the edge, but very, very amusing.
Does Mark Nicholas get a?
No, it would have
been
before his sort of time. But I think you'd recognise a lot of the players they spoke about. Very, very funny. There's a little bit of a team conflab here. 25 overs gone, drinks taken. So a meeting to discuss tactics. Maybe the words. Maybe having one fielder out in the power play wasn't the greatest idea because they went to sevens.
I don't like how we still have this business of the bibs as well, and yet Warwickshire have just gone out in whatever bright green bibs for Somerset.
Some sort of a serious reprimand if you go around the ground as a 12th man without the bib on. You get shouted at and ordered to put the appropriate clothing on.
Of course, we have to keep our distance during lunch here as well with the players.
Yes, it's almost like COVID times all over again. While Somerset take on Surrey on Sunday the 28th of June, you'll also be able to enjoy Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodrigo, who I hear are awesome at doing their singing. Tickets for just £10, kids are £1. Obviously not the actual Sabrina Carpenter and Olivia Rodrigo, but
I think Sabrina Carpenter wrote a song about you, didn't she, Triggs? Man-child.
If the cap fits, I'm happy to wear it, I suppose. But yeah, I mean, what a great day. A great day of action. Somerset taking on Surrey. Get down to the county ground.
I'm so thrilled I'm going to be there for that one.
Yeah, I'm going to get me Swifty t-shirt on and I'll be joining you.
Well, that was last year, wasn't it? Taylor Swift. But they've splashed out this year and gone for two of the big global pop stars.
Yeah. Neither have made it to the playlist as yet, Ed, but you never know.
Change of holding for Somerset. Liv Barnes.
Yeah, you'll be sticking on Sabrina Carpenter, Man-child on the car stereo on the way back, if your car has a stereo.
I believe it does.
It does.
It doesn't spend much time being on, but I do. I like a driving podcast these days, mate. Oh, that's close. Just slid in towards the pad. Maybe a fraction. Oh, hard to say actually. Look, very, very close.
So I'm not entirely sure what they were appealing for. I don't have to specify, but
I think it just flicked the front pad on the way through to Katie Jones, who then took the bails off.
LBW caught behind stumped.
Any of the above.
Yeah. And so you don't have to tell the umpire what you're appealing for. How's up covers all of them.
George going for a booming cover drive again, just stopped in the pitch and not timed. She picks up a single. Runs flowing here at Exmouth. Feels like Somerset do need a couple of wickets. They've got some good strikers coming in towards the back end of the Warwickshire batting lineup, so got a bit of pressure on at the moment. Lovely use of the hands there from Seren Kumar. Looks like slightly better communication. There was a run there.
She did run a single.
Well, they're blaming the sea breeze, I think.
Or is it the gulls making too much noise? Leading edge. I wonder what, if any, chat there was from Warwickshire at the drinks break. I shouldn't have thought there'd need to be too much.
Well, I would, at a guess, I would say I don't think you need to be overly ambitious. I think this looks like the sort of wicket that there's a real benefit to spending time at the crease, getting the pace of it. Like those deliveries there that George has played very easily through the offside. You know, she's had that. She's faced a dozen or so balls of type, and it's incredibly slow off the surface. When you first go in, it's really hard to get your flow when the ball's sticking in the surface. So I would say that building this partnership for as long as possible and not going, too hard, boundary hunting, would be the tactic. I think if Warwickshire can sort of go somewhere between 4 and 5 runs and over for the next 15 overs and then look to push on, I think that would be a pretty wise move, and I think that would yield a bigger score than sort of going a little bit too aggressive now.
On your 3.
And of course, like the stats back up, Ed, one of your top 4 get an 80+ score. I think your odds of winning the game sort of dramatically increase as well. And obviously, that's Seren Kumar is very much in that position now where she'll be eyeing up three figures, and actually her batting at a tempo as a batter trying to get to 100 probably quite suits the situation as well.
Yeah, Katie George 27 off 22 balls. Makes it easier for Seren Kumar just to maybe play a bit of as much of an anchor role as anybody ever plays these days.
Well, George has played really well, and actually, given Seren Kumar a great opportunity just to anchor the innings now. It's a lot harder if the new batter to the crease is struggling for runs, striking at 40-50. Feels like you as the in batter have to be aggressive, whereas George has taken that off of her by being pretty dynamic with her stroke play as well. So it's all set up pretty well for Warwickshire. They have laid the foundation for a sizable score.
Oh, wicket. Caught it backwards square. Across her stumps looking for that sweep shot. It's been a productive region for Seren Kumar in this innings. Sharp catch. Backward square. Ellie Anderson, and third wicket for Somerset. And Lola Harris, who was a bit unlucky in her over before the drinks break, then has one absolutely walloped and it ends up being a catch. So these things apparently even themselves out.
Yeah, well, it was all set up really well. As I said, literally the ball before that, I think Seren Kumar will be pretty annoyed with getting out in that manner. Yeah, a little bit more detail on that shot, getting over the top of it, hitting it on the ground would have been a much better and safer way of playing that shot. But I think she'll probably feel like she's given her wicket away there at a pretty crucial time. So a little bit of window of opportunity here for the Somerset bowlers to either pick up a cluster of wickets or get a nice little bank of dot balls in. Pavley to the crease, and off memory hit the ball pretty well last time she played against Somerset.
Yes, indeed. She scored the second of what was back-to-back hundreds in the One Day Cup in the reverse fixture, and I think a couple of 50s in the 2 innings after that. So she had a bit of a purple patch around start of May. Hasn't been quite so prolific since, but then I suppose there's only one way you can go after a period like that. Left-hander for Somerset to deal with as well.
Ooh.
Was a bit generous. I thought that was going quite wide until she walked across to
Well, it
it.
was very wide, very full, and sort of played off the back foot. That was quite unusual for her. I think she's got in mind to play spin off the back foot, looking at the way she's shaped to play that. But yeah, plays the more correct shot that time round. But I think Lola Harris has deserved that wicket. She's bowled well, and I think in particular that that period of play where nearly caught her mid on, and then nicked past what would have been first slip for 4. I think she actually bowled really well. Deserved the wicket. And
she gets
out.
a second.
She's gone on a wander there, Pavley, down the wicket, missed it on the outside edge, and Katie Jones does the work, whips those bails off in a flash, and miles short of her crease. So 2 wickets in the over from Lola Harris, and as I said, I think she's getting what she deserves out of her spell.
Abby Freeborn was making her way to the middle and then got rather put off by the fact that there are 3 bananas down there which appear to be Somerset's bananas, and a gull was having a right old go at those.
Oh, he's trying to get one of his 5 a day.
Is that Emma Corney? So
He's a health conscious.
did you send that gull down after she stole your jam? Gull's looking to steal Emma Corney's bananas.
Too like a seagull.
Right, so it is Abby Freeborn. Freeborn, born in Eastbourne. Out to the middle. Somerset certainly don't want her to get going because the ground will not be big enough. Gull's now inspecting the drinks trolley down there. That's had to be removed. The joys of A, outground, and B, seaside cricket.
They're very learny, those seagulls. They know that us humans leave food and scraps and mess everywhere we go.
And that's off now toward the fish stall. Well, it's as we're on cliches, 2 wickets to the score. That's happened, and that was a double wicket maiden from Lola Harris.
Well, that certainly writes the bowling figures. Like I said, she's bowled better than it suggested previous to that over.
It's an interesting leave as well.
George now taking over as that senior batter. 151 for 4, double wicket made, and changes. Yeah, look at this game. Somerset got a nice opportunity here just to build up some dot balls, some scoreboard pressure.
Taylor padded up in front of us, you might have thought that with Mary and Millie Taylor that the shirt might say something other than M Taylor on the back.
Is that the Taylor that played really well at the back end of the home game at Taunton? T20?
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, confirmed.
I think so.
Yeah, I think it's about sort of like 8 or 9, but
Yeah.
played really well, didn't she?
No, she
Struck the
is.
ball nicely.
So really fine all rounder. She's the seam bowler rather than the left arm unorthodox twin sister.
Sorry, but 2 M Taylors is just enough to frazzle my very small computer.
Oh, was another curious piece of cricket. Everybody falling over.
That's an attempted ramp, slightly too wide from Olivia Barnes to get that away, and Katie Jones did well in the end to stop that one.
Also,
Freeborn just looking for a bit of rhythm here early on in her innings.
slightly confusingly, Mary Taylor's initials are MLL Taylor, which makes you think Millie, but it's not.
Oh, beautiful delivery there from Barnes, getting some spin. Freeborn is normally been known as a top of the order batter that just gives it a good thump, and this is going to be quite a different scenario, I think, going in facing against slower bowlers with it spinning. So she's going to have to find a way pretty quickly.
Yeah, I think she's sort of. I mean, it's no reflection on her as a player because she does get the runs, but she has sort of slid a little bit further and further down in recent times. And it's, yeah, very much an opener in terms of, oh, I don't know, several years back, and then it was 4, and it seems to be going 5, 6, but
The slippery pole.
no, certainly more an indication of how strong Warwickshire's batting resources are. At times, not able to force their way into the side. I mean, they've got Nat Wraith, of course, as another keeping option, and Freeborn does have the gloves, and then signing Georgia Redmayne. Not going to be behind the stumps.
Has Nat Wraith been left out, or she picked up an injury?
Left out, I believe, yeah. She's struggled a bit for runs in the T20 especially.
Yeah, very dangerous player on her day, Nat Wraith. Sometimes good to have a little bit of time away and a reset. Get a bit of confidence through practice. Freeborn getting the broom out and sweeping that towards deep square leg.
Yeah, she was in the squad at Wraith. They brought 15 here, Warwickshire.
An entourage.
Well, come for a day out by the sea. Right, so I think I've just seen Millie Taylor. So Mary Taylor's shirt says M Taylor, and Millie's just says Taylor.
This is not helping me. It's just confused. Anyway, Mary did strike it beautifully at Taunton a week or so ago, and looks like she's next in. Helmet already on, so fully prepared to go out there. George has just chalked off her 30th run and has hit pretty much every one of them out of the middle of the bat. She looks in great touch at the moment. Freeborn just finding a way at the moment. 155 for 4 here at the rather idyllic Exmouth Cricket Club.
At least we can see the far side of the estuary today.
I'm not going to say the chair we're on is uncomfortable, but my buttocks have gone a little bit numb, Ed, so I'm going to stand up. Hopefully you won't feel nervous. I'm going to have a stretch. Oh, Matty's got the old Haribos out. What a man. Thanks, buddy. Straight in. Little fried egg. Beautiful. Barnes in and just past the outside edge. A cut shot. Falsely played. How much Somerset would love 2 new batters at the crease and George back in the shed.
You've done it. James Rowe is taking a catch.
Jenna, would you mind directing this rough again, change your country?
Yep. No worries. What am I on? 3 and 1.
Actually, last time I was at Exmouth Cricket Club, I bought a packet of Haribo sweets, left them in the car. They all melted and congealed into actually like a cookie. So when I got home, I put it in the fridge. The best accident I've ever had. A Haribo cookie. It was phenomenal.
A cookie?
It's
I mean,
what-
it's just like a sort of a
so
sugar
all
ball.
the flavours just like melted into each other. Put it in the fridge so it re-solidified. It was absolute genius. Back to the cricket.
Wow. I'm still trying to get my head around the texture of that with the fried eggs. That changed, you know, most of it's the same sort of texture. Oh, that's a good ball.
What a beauty that is.
Oh, it's bolder.
The key, is that Freeborn dismissed or George? No,
George.
that's George out. The key wicket, Olivia Barnes is bowled an absolute doom seed. Pitching middle and leg, spinning the right amount, clipping the outside of off stump. An absolute jaffa. Let's have a look at that
Did I get it?
replay. I can assure you that is a serious ball there from Liv Barnes.
And then just back to 3.
Wow. Well,
So I'm fine. Okay, no.
whatever was said at
I'm on
drinks
you, by the way. 3.
seems to have done the trick. 3 wickets in double quick time. And now 2
Still on you.
pretty fresh batters in. And it's amazing how quickly a 50-over innings can turn from eyeing up a massive score to thinking,
Replay, come on.
better just make absolutely sure we bat the 50 overs out. 3 quick ones.
Well, again, I just think it sort of lends itself to not a great spell of bowling at the start from the 2 opening bowlers, and how this wicket obviously throughout the day is going to become a little bit more difficult to bat on. So I think that fly-in start has sort of really helped Warwickshire, the position they're in now. You know, all of a sudden we were thinking 300 after 12, 15 overs. Now I think you know, some handshakes would be offered if you said sort of like, you know, 230, 240, and I think that would take some chasing. Especially the advantage that the Warwickshire team, the bowlers, have seen that the cutters, slower balls, spinners have been far more effective than the on-pace bowlers.
Oh, it's just the one ball for Mary Taylor to negotiate. Last 5 overs since the drinks break, 11 for 3. And probably opportunity really just to keep Harris and Barnes going. 4 for 54 between them in their 14 overs.
Yeah, it certainly got better towards the latter part of their spell. I think there was a lot of what you'd call sort of release balls, a lot of poor, a couple of full tosses put away for 4, a couple of drag downs put away for 4. They've kind of got rid of that now, and the pressure's very much on the batter, and it's brought a lovely little cluster of wickets for Somerset. I mean, that last ball in particular from Barnes, that's an absolute beauty. I mean, like I said, Freeborn, when I've watched her play in the past, it's always been at the top in the innings. She's very good at hitting the short ball, very good at sort of hitting over mid wicket, very much a leg side dominant player, and she's gone for the sweep, got it all wrong, and she's bowled. Lola Harris picks up her 3rd wicket. What a spell of bowling this is.
Wow. Dropping like flies out there at the moment. That's a pretty much premeditated shot from Freeborn. He does play that shot, but
again, I was kind of my point being that Freeborn looked very comfortable, sort of standing up and hitting seamers with the new ball. Hard, sort of over long on, over mid wicket, over square leg if it's shorter, and with the ball turning away, that's really difficult if you're quite bottom hand dominant, and that certainly looked like where she was getting into trouble, and certainly going for dab sweeps doesn't necessarily fit with my view of when she plays her best. She's more of a hitter in the cricket ball than a finesser.
Well, Surin Kumar's, admittedly it was maybe with a harder, newer ball, possibly slightly easier, but the way that she was able actually even to play against the turn but not look, I think there was only one leading edge even in her innings. It's different gravy so far.
Yeah, but this is perfect now. Mary Taylor and Davis in both on naught against the turning ball with the bowlers in good rhythm. So massive open door here for Somerset. 157 for 6. Going from looking at potentially chasing a high 200, 300 score to Warwickshire maybe not batting the overs. I think that's an awesome fight back from Somerset.
Rare full toss, but just for a single. I'd guess now that really is Georgia Davis's role. There's still batting left with Alexa Stonehouse, but they are getting a little short on it. And Georgia Davis, that experienced, mature head that I would guess will try and ensure that she's there towards the back end and not worry too much about what number of runs she scored.
Yeah, I think.
Oh,
that's out!
Terrific work.
Oh, what a great bit of work from Katie Jones. She pegged it after that leg by, turned through, direct hit. And Mary Taylor was a yard short of her ground. All Somerset the second half of this innings. That is outstanding. What a turnaround. Top of middle stump. Yeah, as I was saying, I think, when you got 30 overs of spin, of frontline spinners, you kind of be thinking, is there a part-time spin bowling option? I think it looks like the classic Bunsen, 20 overs is going to be a long time to bat on a turning wicket. Have Somerset got someone who could offer
Leroy,
a little bit of spin as well?
Leroy bowls a bit of part-time leggies, I think.
Absolutely would be a potential option, but the way things are going at the moment, Somerset could wrap up this innings and make their afternoon a little bit easier. I don't think whatever Warwickshire score, it's going to be an easy chase. I didn't really foresee that the wicket would be as dry and sort of holdy as it is, but Somerset have reacted to that wicket really, really well since that first, I suppose, 12, 14 overs. Somerset have come back really, really strong.
At the moment, Warwickshire just need to get through the spells of Lola Harris and Liv Barnes first. And what is it now? They've lost 4 for 6 in 4 overs. In fact, it's more than that, isn't it? I'll have a sweet and then I'll get back to you on the exact numbers.
Come back to us. We wait with bated breath.
Anyway, it was 4 for 6 before the run out.
5 for 6.
I think I'm going to go with that. 5 for 7. There we are. There was a run in between. There were a couple of pesky singles knocking about. I wasn't sure about.
Can Barnes recreate that magic delivery from the previous over? Slightly short pulled and a catch. What a great catch from Alex Griffiths out there on the leg side boundary. Running, diving, inches off the ground. It's all Somerset. 8 down now.
Remarkable. Absolutely remarkable. I mean, just everything's gone from outside edges, just escaping fielders and
Well,
the
with
odd
the
false
brilliance
shot
of
just-
the previous dismissal, Barnes has bowled what you'd probably call a little bit of a drag down there, but I think because new batters in, they haven't sort of hit their straps yet. She hasn't quite timed that, and that was, I suppose, the minor part in the wicket. Alex Griffiths has taken one of the great catches, tough surface to dive on as well. She's sprinted 20 yards, dived full length in front of herself and caught that. A ladybird off the top of the grass. Unbelievable stuff there from Griff.
that was almost John Arlott-esque from you there. You always loved those sorts of poetic references to country life, that sort of thing.
Stop it, you're making me blush. Awesome stuff here from Somerset. It was looking like a long first innings for Somerset now. 159 for 8. Can they be the convertible car for these last 2 wickets? That's going to confuse Ed, hopefully.
Especially while I'm still trying to do maths.
6 for 8
Yes.
in 5 overs.
6 for 8 in 5 overs.
Exactly 5 overs.
Don't avoid it, Ed.
Convertible car. Open top.
2026 videos.
I've got him, everyone.
Doesn't take much.
The Blaze.
Now staying with Hilton in Dallas.
Answers on a postcard on the live stream. I'll give you to the end of the next over. Can Somerset be the convertible car for these last 2 wickets?
Oh, sorry, I thought you said it was the Warwickshire remaining batters that were the convertible
So
car.
you've got the answer?
No. No, I'm just trying to work out which. So it's Somerset need to be the convertible car, or Warwickshire.
Yeah, Somerset do for these last 2 wickets.
They need to close the roof quickly.
Yeah, you're getting warmer. Lola Harris from the C end. Oh, just trapped onto that front pad. Can Somerset see this home? A sub 190, sub 180 would be a great effort. A catch, and that's the 9th wicket. The roof's half off. Somerset on the charge here. 159 for 9.
Good grief! I'm in a state of not quite disbelief,
Shall I give
but
it a sec?
I don't know what's I don't know what's gone off out there. I don't know.
I think the wicket is dry. The nature of a Kookaburra ball as well, it always has a lovely glazed sort of lacquer on it. So even if on a grippy surface it skids off of the turf, as soon as that lacquer goes, and it's quite an abrasive surface here at Exmouth, as the boundary count was high as well, so the ball spent a lot of time bouncing across the rough ground. That lacquer comes off, the leather frays a little bit and starts to grip into the surface. So I think that's been the dramatic change of how the balls come onto the bat. And Somerset have, bar, in the early spells of Liv Barnes and Lola bowling probably one poor ball and over. I think they've just locked into a line and length, and the Warwickshire batters have sort of found it tough and got frustrated. And I think, if you mention, if we talk about that drinks break, that conversation, it's going to be hard for players coming in that sort of mentality. I think because you've gone at 7 overs in the power play, you assume that it should be easier to score, and I think they've just maybe tried to press a little bit too hard, and to go from where they were to 159 for 9 is quite the collapse. And Lola Harris,
Chance of a fiver.
chance of a 5.
7 for 8. I don't think even in the team talk you can quite legislate for 7 for 8 turning things round. Oh, inside edge.
Well, it's been outstanding. 3 more balls in this over. Maybe 2, I think. The machine might be behind one. Oh, off the fingers onto the... That would have just about rubber stamped the Somerset domination in the second half of the innings.
Well, something not working out for Somerset. Direct hits, great catches, superb deliveries. It's had everything.
4 for 31, a wide delivery. I don't think in this context of the game now that Lola will be that disappointed with getting an extra ball to bowl. She's just closing a 9th over out. 4 for. Can she make it 5? Oh, that's a nice delivery just off the thick outside edge for 1. Somerset, Ed, in the last 15 minutes have certainly been ruthless.
I think I might just put my mic down. Oh, it's a lovely time to be bowling as a leggy now when you've basically just got batters trying to defend you.
It's probably the one time in one-day cricket where you want a few more overs, not just the 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'd be interesting. You got Skelts, and if I was Sophie Luff, I would be looking round to which batter has bowled the best sort of spin option in training in the nets, and just looking to take as much pace off the ball as possible. And if Annika is that player, then she'd be getting the nod for me. I mean, it's such a long time to bat for the tail enders, so you think, and it's not even going to come to that because Barnes has picked up her 4th as well. What a display by the Somerset spinners. Lola Harris, Olivia Barnes, 8 wickets between them. What a performance, Ed.
Astonishing, absolutely astonishing. I mean, as far as a collapse from Warwickshire, but from the Somerset point of view, they've done everything right since the drinks break. They've bowled tightly. There's obviously assistance in the surface for the spinners, but everything else, the catching, the ground fielding, I just say extraordinary. I'm almost speechless.
Yeah, I mean, I think rubber stamped as well by Katie Jones's run out. Even though we've got these windows in front of us, we can't hear too much. The team have become sort of uplifted audibly, haven't they? I mean, they're buzzing around. In fairness, from the very start, I did notice that one extra fielder in the circle. They really came out with a conscious plan to sort of get in the faces of the batters, not from a verbal way, but just impose themselves. And even though that first 10 overs definitely went Warwickshire's way, as soon as the door was open, Somerset have just jumped on it, and they've been exceptional the last 15 overs to bowl Warwickshire out when they were looking at racking up 280, 300 at one stage.
Well, Warwickshire have lost 8 wickets for 9 runs in 7 overs and a ball.
Does that go down as a collapse?
I think there must be another word it's been apocalyptically so in terms of a collapse, a calamitous collapse for Warwickshire. But well, you're still going to chase the runs down if you're Somerset. But
Yeah.
at the same time, you know what you're chasing.
Yeah, it's not a foregone conclusion. Like Warwickshire have had the benefit of seeing the changes of pace and the slower bowlers, spin bowlers being more effective. So expect that to be more of the challenge. But you know, you probably par it at 220, 240, even with the fact that it's slightly holdy and spinning. So Somerset have done a magnificent job, and yeah, I was genuinely thinking 280, 300 at one stage. Well, we even spoke about it, didn't we? So to close out the innings on 160 is a surprise, but a nice surprise if you're a Somerset fan. Excellent stuff.
Yeah, certainly. The bowling figures on screen, and really from a Somerset point of view, it's all about those ones near the bottom. 4 for Barnes, 4 for Harris, wicket for Neve Holland as well, and then that run out of Katie Jones sprinting back from her keeping position to run out Mary Taylor. There's nearly always a run out in an epic collapse, and
yeah, I mean,
so
like,
there was here.
you know, I mentioned early on, you know, I was slightly frustrated. There was probably 2 or 3 overs per spin bowler where they bowled a release ball that got hit for 4. I mean, don't forget that Lola Harris went for 8 runs in 2 balls quite unluckily, and they've gone at 2.8 runs and over and 3.5. I mean, you know, just an outstanding comebacks. The last sort of 6 or 7 overs of each of those spinners was absolutely bang on.
Right, we will go and have some food, maybe, and be back with you for the Somerset run chase. They will require 161 to win this match.
We're on the same as what we did last time.
Yeah, that's what I was kind of hinting at. Got no interest in any of that macro. Apart from the storm.
No, if everyone's on the back odds. 117 or better now.
We go in order, is that all right? Yeah. Does your finger now, Mr. Injury?
I broke my finger putting the flag up.
You're basically Frank Spencer, aren't you?
Yeah.
Cool, Betty.
Don't know what tea. Yeah. Have you been making? Andy Stockhausen would like a toasted ham and cheese sandwich.
Ham and cheese sandwich, okay, no problem. I'm sure I can remember that. You cover it.
I may as well. This isn't going to fall. Lunch and I'll scribble your words. Simon White.
Like, I actually can't eat it because that's not, it's just not getting what you need to get. I mean, it's not offense, like, I'm not taking offense, like, no offense to people who are I don't think it's a good conversation.
I am literally like, this way was like down the hill or something. I left him for dust on the last one, didn't I? Fucking left him. I had nothing in the tank after. I dagged it and I was like, I don't care if you can't run, if you can't move your legs. But one guy was so right doing this one tank, his two fires is never actually like that. That 20 seconds, almost shorter than 10 seconds. That was not 20 seconds. I think I've been used to 30 seconds after. Okay. No, that 20 did not feel like 20. In the middle part, I think when it was like 8 left and it was like 6 left, I was like, fuck. And then I kind of like, you know when you just have to black out between like 6 and 4. So it was like 3 left. Yeah, when you black out that. Same thing as last time. For the barbecue chicken was pretty good last time. So I would get up. It was the one you went when me and you go like, oh my god, Bruce bent down. She picked up some grass and thought they could away.
Green first will go.
Yes, no.
Have you ever gone to try and field a ball when it's been hit to the boundary and everyone watches you get hit in the shot? Have you ever had that happen to you? I have. Oh. Yes, I am. I think about it later.
The roots. Like 10 minutes from now? Love it.
Oh, but I don't even want to try and help.
Can I close the door yet? Wait, hang on. Yeah! Okay. So the whole thing. Honestly, though, they're boxing me outside.
Yeah, but the announcer do.
Why did they sponsor pitch as well? Who's happening? Right, get another one. No, Jenny, it was a sandwich. Pardon? That was yours. Oh, it was my skirt.
Downstairs.
No, why were the seagulls still on the pitch? Was that
2 seconds, it was gone.
like, oh. She wanted someone else in hula hoops to have on the pitch.
It was the
What flavour?
Gotta be.
Do you know something about this?
Some bad news for you. Your sandwich is gone.
Seagulls got in there.
Yeah, real bad. Yeah, that's.
I'll do them. No.
Oh, thank you. No, not here today. Yeah. Yeah, that's not gone well. We'll see. Don't you worry.
What's this?
Spence will get you another sandwich.
Really? Like shit. Very nice.
Well, they've all been attacking us downstairs. They were pretty bad. Yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty angry squall.
Yeah, it might be a
My auntie used to be her head. No, she knows that's how Miss Johnson. But yeah, pretty sure it's a job. Yeah, but I feel like I really trust you running the drinks with the battles because you're a battle, and you know what to say. I don't know. My friend Jemima got the I can try.
Remember, Sean Coonard was known as double wicket player, wasn't he?
Yeah. She was caught at short square leg in the ring because it was
Short
me.
square with it.
Which way are you putting this on? Because if you're putting this on first, you need to leave. No.
You should know.
It was me.
Yeah.
Although you did have to set the scene for it, I was thinking, how did she get out?
That's sparkling left.
Yes.
8 wickets to 9 runs.
Is that all?
7.1.
He's really cute. That's serious. Yeah. Lose you anything can happen?
Sticking in the bin.
He thought I was joking about doing the announcements and I was being deadly serious. You announced? I was doing announcements. I would be. Thank you, Emily. I would be good. I think I've got a great announcement.
What flavour? Really?
You know what? I agree. I agree. Would you voice would be different? Definitely.
And half the price.
But I think it is different to my normal voice because when I do like speeches or public speaking, I sound different. I sound like that.
Did you announce that Erin
And now bowling from the pavilion end, Erin Vakusic.
What number is it?
Number. Oh yeah. When do I do the number 4? I say the number. And now bowling from the pavilion end, number 16, Erin Vakusic.
What about when there's a wicket?
You know.
Right.
Well, I did see that one coming.
Are you going to do some? Well, yeah. I'm just also noticing though that over the top of.
I've never heard that phrase.
I
And I don't want her to say it again. Yeah.
I honestly don't know what's happening here. That's not live.
No.
So I can't. I'm not sure that I can start commentating
So,
until there are pictures to commentate.
Oh yeah, that would be useful.
they've got 2 hats.
We have your goals.
No,
Sorry.
and there's like this channel of just like stones down the side.
But there's no.
And they keep
I'm not sure what's happening really.
And now they've shrunk
We could do radio commentary, but I don't know whether our mics are actually live either.
shit on the back.
We could start talking and then see whether our
Do I
mics
just
are
go
live.
over the fence?
No.
But their fence is literally just there.
But
No, because you don't even want to handle the pose. So just
Yeah, but I'm gonna get my
garden.
garden trowel.
Oh, what if you want to do? Why do you always say that?
But like, what do I do there? Media Jenna.
I'm not sure what's happening there.
Right, okay.
I'd have started, but
She wants to be best friend.
Presumably our mics are live.
Yes, they are.
Welcome back to Exmouth. Apologies for the slight delay in the restart. Things have been a little hectic during the break, but we are back up and running, and the openers, Bex Odgers and Sophie Luff in the middle, setting off in pursuit of this target of 161 to win. And I think everybody here just kind of still in a state of some shock and disbelief after what we saw in the first half of this game, or more specifically in the second, what was supposed to be half of the first half of the game. Everything just seemingly pointing towards Warwickshire rattling their way along towards a total potentially even around 300, and then a collapse, the proportions of which I don't think I've ever seen. 8 wickets for 9 runs, and I don't think Somerset will be under any illusions as to the fact that this is not going to be straightforward, but you would think, knowing what they have to chase, they could go about this innings in such a way that means that they can find a way to this total. There's a good shot, that'll be 4 runs. Bex Odgers with a boundary right between fine leg and deep square, and Alexa Stonehouse, who is opening the bowling, going for 6 runs in the first over, and potentially Somerset will know that against the seamers might have to be where the running is made, because it was a very different story when the Somerset seamers bowled in the power play to then what happened, the carnage that unfolded when Liv Barnes and Lola Harris got to work in the later middle part of their innings, which turned out to be basically the end of their innings for Warwickshire. But as I mentioned in the first half, really there's an awful lot of spin options up Warwickshire's sleeve, so Phoebe Brett is going to be the first of those. Opened the bowling in the last match as well. Really exciting prospect, only recently turned 18, but I've already seen her in action in the 100. I watched her bowl a beautiful spell up at Old Trafford in that competition, looked right at home against some of the top players of the opposition there. But Sophie Luff, I think she'll go about this in a different way from Warwickshire, and immediately down the pitch. It's pretty much what she's been doing through the T20 as well, opening the batting in the T20, which has proven to be a masterstroke, and immediately showing good intent and using the feet. Odgers probably more likely to play from the crease, but already the strike being rotated, which is going to be important, and Somerset will know that the required rate is basically 3, so there'll always be some pressure when dot balls build up, but not the same when you're chasing 4s and 5s. Sweep shot round the corner from Luff. This could be a boundary, it will be. A one-handed sweep shot from Sophie Luff, but just wonderfully manipulated round the corner, and it picks up 4 more runs. So both batters already finding the boundary.
Do you want to take the green film for him? Right. He needs to just turn it on.
Gosh, it's just, oh, it's gone underneath mid-on, and that's going to be 4. Well, they can't afford too many of those with this target, Warwickshire. Not many runs to play with, and the outfield is tricky, but Somerset put their bodies on the line and they succeeded in saving quite a lot of those sorts of mishaps. was a little bit of a hack. But the intentions are pretty clear. Somerset presumably feeling that the hard new ball might be the best time to bat. So 17 off the first 2 overs, chasing 160. 1. Appeal for LBW, but maybe just swinging in a little bit too much. Alexa Stonehouse, another one of those England under-19 players. She was part of the original set of England under-19s with the likes of Niamh Holland and Ellie Anderson from Somerset side. 3 of those in Warwickshire side from that particular vintage. Well, Warwickshire clearly thought that came off something, and the umpire didn't. Season-long loan, Alexa Stonehouse. She's still on Surrey's books, but Warwickshire allowing her to play across formats. Easier route into Warwickshire's side. Oh, this could be a run out. This is pretty tight. It's gone. Bex Odgers run out by the narrowest of margins, but great work in the field, and Somerset do lose an early wicket. Let's take another look here. It looked as though the response was pretty immediate from Bex Odgers, but I think that was possibly a Sophie Luff single, but not a Bex Odgers single. So not ideal from a Somerset perspective. Out comes the calm, experienced head of Annika Learoyd. It's been excellent for Somerset across the T20 and had a higher score of the season on this ground. Just fell agonisingly short of 100 against the Blaze. But in early. Oh dear, that's got by as well. Poor Mary Taylor's having a bit of a mare on the Mayor ground. That's 2 already that have slipped past.
And Mary Taylor. Yeah, run out for nothing and a couple of misfield. -8. Can happen. The game does follow you around, Ed, from time to time when you're not having your day, that's for sure. Oh yeah.
Oh, not that sinking. Proper pudding that.
Yeah, just for a bit of context for our listeners, there will be some slight interruptions to the commentary because we get a very small amount of time, don't we, Ed, to get our lunch in. As you can hear Ed chomping away on his bean sprouts.
Samphire and cabbage.
Very nice.
Did you go for the melon and bean sprouts one?
Yes.
How was it?
Delightful. And I've horrified Emma Corney and Jenna when I remembered when you were. Well, I think Spence was getting a pasty, and I remembered that I played golf yesterday and had a pasty at the halfway house. Put it in my golf bag, forgot to eat it, but my golf bag is in the car, and remembered it was still there. Turns out pasties are quite good the second day.
I don't see a problem with that.
I don't. Jenna's horrified. She's convinced I'm going to be struck down with some sort of illness in the second innings. Let's hope that doesn't happen.
Well, judging by the way Somerset have started, one way or the other, it's not it's not going to be too long. It might be on your journey home at this rate.
Yeah, I love the way that they've gone out about it. Luffy in particular has been really positive with the footwork, not looking to sort of, edge home. And I think against spin on this sort of wicket, you can die in a hole if you get a little bit too defensive. So really good signs early on. 26 for 1 at the moment. Shame to lose Odgers that run out, but it's been a bright start from Somerset chasing this total of 160. I think as well it's probably quite key, as we mentioned, about the ball and the lacquer, and this is undoubtedly the best time to bat as well. Make it much easier for the middle order coming in against the older ball, where it's going to probably grip a little bit more in the surface. That Somerset get ahead of the run rate and make it an easier task for the middle order if required.
They've got two left arm spinners, off spinner and leg spinner at their disposal, Warwickshire. Already seems to be more use of the feet from Somerset than Warwickshire. The other thing that's gone on, have you described what concoction you're currently making your way through?
Well, I can confirm the brownie is dense.
Does look rather compact,
and slightly regretting the fact that I was hoping to get a Devon scone jam and cream, because I was looking forward to so much. I put some cream and jam on top of the brownie, and it is very dense, very luxurious, very rich.
So you actually, it's not that big, but are you going to finish it all?
No, absolutely no chance. But I'm going to attack it like Somerset are attacking this total. I'm going to go aggressive early and maybe come down the gears and stealth my way through the rest.
Just as long as there's no run out.
I want to make the most of the power play while I've still got time. I'm going to take down 50% of the target in the first 10.
She's getting some swing here, Alexa Stonehouse. You saw a couple of balls really swing in the first 10 for Somerset. There was quite a lot of swinging, but it was mostly Warwickshire bats to the boundary.
Yeah, I think as a batter, I think pace on is what you want on this pitch. Wouldn't surprise me if Warwickshire unless there's a wicket or two. And balls like that, it wouldn't surprise me if they go double spin as soon as possible. It was reflecting on that first innings. That was an exceptional performance by the pair of spinners, Olivia Barnes and Lola Harris. 8 wickets between them. Low economies. Exceptional from where Somerset were after sort of 10, 12 overs, 7 and over, and then to bowl Warwickshire out for 160 is a magnificent performance, and giving themselves a real good opportunity here to take the points. And we're in potential realms of bonus point territory, aren't we? I would imagine.
Yeah. So
what would be the?
They'd only need to score at 4s for that, I reckon.
Okay.
Basically 4s, isn't it? They just got 161 inside 40 overs.
Was it right? Is that okay? Is that the?
Yeah.
40 overs, is it?
It's easier to work out this way round. Don't ask me what Warwickshire would need to restrict Somerset to. Somewhere around 120, I guess. Run rate 1.25 times greater than the opposition, except of course they were bowled out, so...
Oh, Christ,
That sounds like it's above my pay grade, that kind of mathematics.
Even using her feet against the seam is Sophie Luff. It's almost as though she's just said, let's just pretend I'm opening in a T20 again. It's just keeping on going with that same mindset.
Yeah, well, it's worked for her this season, hasn't it? So it's been really impressive of the way she's gone about her start of her innings. It's it's been good to see her. I think she's a batter once she gets in, gets the energy pumping. It's when she plays at her best, but she's gone out with that mindset of getting that feeling as early as possible. Using her feet, playing some more aggressive shots early on, and really does suit her.
On our Starlink stream today, we don't have the win predictor making any sort of appearance, do we?
make 2 numbers up.
Yeah. Trigo predictor.
85, 14, 1.
What's the 1?
Tie.
Say what?
You think a 1% chance of a tie?
1% chance.
I don't know whether does that also include a freak storm coming off the sea.
Yeah. Maybe half of that percent might be tsunami warning or something like that. We're alright, Ed, we're up high. We'll be fine. Oh, shot there from Sophie Luff. Just about 2 inches inside the boundary for 4. Down the wicket. Full toss and absolutely dealt with.
I don't think it would be possible to get any closer to hitting a 6 whilst just missing it. But you could see where that was going pretty much as soon as that went up there, and it was a full toss. That's what she's been doing of late. Down the pitch and striking straight. It's so impressive.
Oh, same again, same treatment from Sophie Luff. Down the wicket, a full delivery and another boundary.
I'll say it again. You could see where that was going as soon as it went up there. Yeah.
Yeah, she's picked 2 perfect deliveries to decide to use her feet. Both probably would have been over pitched if she'd stayed in a crease, but by the time she's down the wicket, they were sort of, I suppose, knee high and perfect for whacking back over the bowler. Both shots executed perfectly well.
little bit of a word from the captain and exaggerated applause from Georgia Davis in the direction of her young charge. Just about meeting that one on the full. Easy single there too. Is that only 4 overs? No, it's 6.
6 overs gone, 39 for 1, so ticking along nicely. Required run rate is just a shade over 2.5, so that is not an issue. It's about someone taking responsibility, and this will be a pretty early finish here at Exmouth.
My eyesight's just not quite able to see.
Unprecedented collapse that Warwickshire had. I don't foresee that being the case, but you almost think that has to happen again for this game to go any other way than Somerset. They've carried all the momentum into the second innings, and they've certainly started well here.
That could be going fine, a fine leg. It is. Another boundary for Sophie Luff, help round the corner. I suppose the only cautionary tale is what happened in that opening game against Yorkshire at Taunton, where I'll try and bring up the exact numbers, but it must have been somewhere around 170, 180, and Somerset got their 1 wicket in hand. Sophie Luff was put down, but still played a fabulous innings to see Somerset over the line with some expert blocking from Lola Harris and Liv Barnes.
Yeah, that was a great knock. I think that was almost the catalyst for the confident style of play that Sophie's been showing throughout the season. Was it 60, late 60s not out, somewhere around there, and the game looked absolutely dead and buried from Somerset point of view. And as a batter, certainly as a captain as well, being almost solely responsible for your team getting over the line is a massive boost. And she's carried that confidence through and played some great knocks.
Certainly Leroy's MO as well, even if it's not quite as attacking as Sophie Luff in the intent once she's down there, but get down the pitch and try and negate as much of the bounce as possible. It's amazing with the advent of AI and intelligent searches that when you try and search for cricket matches, the search engine has this unerring ability to pick out the wrong match. Every time you search for a particular match, you always get the wrong one. So to start with, I was only getting the men's matches. Now I've specified women, I'm only getting the T20 match. Oh, not great data signal. It's this is not the best. Now they might take an extra run here. They will do.
I feel like AI is the performance is dependent on the input from the non-artificial intelligence.
Well, that is true, because you can pretty much just correct it and do its job for it. In about 3 years, I will get this card. It was 179 Somerset needed in that first game of the season. 178 Yorkshire all out. Somerset 179 for 9. Luff 76 not out.
76. Good knock.
Luff hangs tough to land 1 wicket win for Somerset was the headline.
Writes itself, doesn't it?
I can't think who wrote that. ECB Reporters Network tapping away furiously at his laptop.
Take my name.
Actually, I didn't mention your name, Andy.
You have now.
Luff hangs tough to land 1 wicket win for Somerset. Right, Georgia Davis has seen enough. She's coming into the attack herself. Bounce. And almost the problem if it doesn't turn as much as if it does. Drops it short, and that's right in the gap. Through mid-wicket, Annika Leroyd gets her first real opportunity to free her arms and doesn't make any mistake. And already, I think that's the 50 up.
51 for 1.
50 up in the 8th over. Mind you, Warwickshire got to their 50 pretty quickly.
Fierce strike that from Annika Leroyd.
Warwickshire's 50 came up halfway through the 7th over. So they're behind in the game here. Normally I'd try and write down a few comparisons. I haven't bothered because it won't tell you anything at all.
51 for 1 off 7.3, so we're tracking, and like I said, Leroyd already looks like she's assessed the pitch. Certainly the way that she got into position so quickly on that ball, slightly short length. Sorted that one away. Sophie looks more intent to use her feet. So contrasting challenges presented to the bowler.
Is that off glove? I think it may well have been. Not that far away from the keeper, but I'll take the run. That seemed to be a very long over, considering that it was an over of spin.
That's because AI's got you, mate. You're engrossed.
Well, it's yeah. So I'm too absorbed in online instant gratification culture. Even an over of spin's too boring for me now.
Shot there from Luffy.
I think that was one of yours, wasn't it, Trees?
Serious bit of bottom hand. Kudos to Sophie Luff for employing the cultured hack that served me pretty well, Ed.
Wonderful. I do like a bit of agricultural mowing.
That was good word. That was a mow for 4.
Oh, she's looking in accusing fashion up here now.
Yeah, it was a dangerous place to park your car at Cow Corner.
I thought those at long off would be in a little bit of danger with the mode that Luff's been in of late.
maybe one shot too many. Backward point is in. Sophie Luff goes, another big shot. Didn't quite execute that, just bounced a little bit. Top edge and caught comfortably at backward point. Somerset lose their second wicket on 57.
Yeah, she a little bit of a shimmy and then go for the pull shot. Extra bounce. It's always going to be a factor, seemingly, and well, it certainly got Somerset off to a fabulous start, but there's still a bit of work to do here. Neve Holland out to try and form a partnership with Annika Leroyd. Still just over 100 required.
Yeah, definitely looked like Sophie Luff fancied it today. Looked like she was in good touch, and you can excuse her for playing that sort of aggressive shot, but you know, this game's all about execution, and didn't quite get that one right. Maybe needed a little bit of time to settle with the keeper stood up, unable to use her feet, find a different way. But a good start from Sophie Luff, picking up a pretty quick 34 there. Good contribution towards this chase of 160. Neve Holland, batting number 4, goes to join Annika Leroyd out there, who looks, as always, $1 million so far in the start of her innings. What a fantastic signing she's been. Just a little bit of a tentative prod there from Neve Holland outside that off stump, just keeping that wicket keeper and first slip interested. Looks like the swing is pretty much all but gone. So that angle across the right hander, bringing that outside edge into play. What you'd imagine the left hander will target. Went for the short ball. Neve's swatted that away, top edge down to fine leg for 1.
I suppose this is the first time we've really seen much short pitch bowling. There were a couple of shorter balls from Anderson at the start that didn't get up a huge amount. Surin Kumar hammered 2 pull shots to the boundary, and I think Somerset thought, let's not try too many more of those, but given what we've seen from the spinners bowling into the pitch, you'd have thought there might be some joy bowling well directed short stuff.
Yeah, I'd say that the middle of the pitch where the seamer would have to land it, I don't think there's much there for them. There are certainly those sort of waist to chest high balls are going to come at you quite slowly, and I think they give massive scoring opportunities. That was quite well directed. I think you've got to get it in around the head region for it to be effective, but I think you'd have to bowl it so short on this pitch because it's so sort of dry and slow that I don't really feel like as a batter you'd be particularly under threat with anything short from a seamer. I think the danger all day has been the spinners bowling back of a length and it just jumping up a little bit towards the gloves.
So one more over in the power play, but I'd have to guess Warwickshire are still going to have to try and hunt dots and wickets and not set their field too much further back, even outside it. Cracked away through the offside. It wasn't that short or that wide really, but gosh, she latched onto that. Just maybe sitting up a little bit, but still got to find that gap and time it. Great shot from Neve Holland for her first boundary. Almost thought it was Annika Leroyd actually. His first play was played in such a well, Leroydian manner.
Yeah, it was a good shot there from Neve Holland. Looks like she's really looking for anything into the wicket. Erring on staying back rather than coming forward, which looks like a pretty sound game plan on this pitch. And again, cut away, but fielder found that time.
It's one of those days where even when the sun does briefly come out, it just makes everything else look the darker. Leaden skies, but still a beautiful view from up here. Well, that's a very handy outside edge. Won't bring her 4, but Leroy thought about the third, might have gone for it, but there wasn't really too much need to push the envelope as far as running between the wickets. And the final ball of the first 10. Holland in the air, fielder can't field it. Surin Kumar went for the catch, which was probably the right thing to do, but unlike Alex Griffiths when she launched herself forward out on that leg side boundary and somehow came up with the ball, that one just goes underneath, and a boundary to end the power play. 68 for 2. I think just underlining how good that catch earlier was from Alex Griffiths. It was just one thing after the other. Wonder ball followed by incredible piece of fielding from Katie Jones running back. Amazing catch from Griffiths and more fantastic deliveries. And I can't really think in any cricket match I've ever watched there's been even back to younger days, a collapse of 8 for 9. Alexa Stonehouse having a 6th over in this first spell. Has taken the wicket of Sophie Luff. Oh, that's a beautiful shot from Leroy, and we'll get underneath mid-off. That is absolutely beautiful. I mean, sort of slightly across and down, just made it into the delivery that she wanted it to be, and superb timing straight down the ground. We haven't seen a massive number of straight boundaries. It's harder when the ball's not coming on, but Surin Kumar played one on drive. That was right out of the top drawer as well. Keeper up. It was a good Mark Wood / Lauren Filer impression there from Alexa Stonehouse. More and more bowlers seem to be doing that to me, just going flying in their follow-through these days. You see it all the time. Maybe it's just me.
Yeah, it does happen from time to time. You're obviously trying to put quite a lot of force into delivering the ball, and it doesn't take much for the studs to either catch or slip through the surface. But yeah, it's always somewhat ungainly, isn't it, when a bowler ends up flat on their face in the middle of the wicket.
It's almost a bit like the javelin throwers stopping themselves immediately. Some of them manage to do it amazingly staying on their feet, and others it's slightly alarming watching them hurl themselves as well as the javelin. Short crunched away. Even a ball that's hit straight to a fielder is going to take some stopping when it's at that pace.
Yeah, that was a superb shot there from Leroy. Yeah, I mean that's where the sort of injury risks come with bowling. It's not the sort of speed you do everything, it's the how quickly you're stopping yourself, the deceleration. That's what takes a lot of the impact, your ankle, your knee, your lower back. Yeah, and I would imagine very similar injuries are presented for, as you say, javelin throwers and all that kind of stuff. But at least as a javelin thrower, you don't have to try and bowl it in an area, swing it and clip the top of off. It's just about wanging it as far as you can.
Are you available for athletics coaching?
Yep. Absolutely. Just imagine that if you get a javelin just to shape away a little bit. God, that'd be something, wouldn't it?
I think you need a bit of shape on it, don't you? You need the right trajectory. And
It's definitely a sport of trajectory, that's for sure.
it's like a little bit of wobble through the
He
air.
was the main man back in the day. Roger Black, wasn't it? He was the man. Steve Backley, that's the one. He was a beast, wasn't he?
Emma Courtney has come second in a national javelin.
Really?
Where is she?
Not here. She's here somewhere.
Can't imagine Corns throwing a javelin.
It's a fact.
Unless it was the size of like a cocktail stick or something.
It's going to be quite a small
Quite a
javelin.
She's got a slight little thing, isn't she? Obviously got a powerful shoulder. Technique. I would imagine that javelin throwing, there's way more to it
Oh
than meets
yeah.
the eye.
Oh yeah. Well, why does she should be bowling fast then with a
Exactly. No,
quick arm
Corns
like that.
does actually bowl.
Oh, I've
Obviously
seen
with
her bowl,
with
yeah.
With a knee issue. She actually does skid it through, to be fair.
Yeah, I remember seeing her bowl in Storm days.
What a powerful, compact athlete.
Oh, that's the short one that you're kind of after here.
Fatima Whitbread, was she was a javelin thrower? Fatima Whitbread. Yeah. Those are the days. I bumped into Steve Backley once in a shop.
Was he carrying his javelin?
Yeah, I think I sort of both unawares, both turned around. Did I bump into him? What a shot that is!
So in the
Straight
meantime,
down
Annika
and
Leroy just piercing the gap
put
again.
away through mid wicket again, just looking out for anything back of a length and capitalising on it.
Her and Wello can't get in.
Yeah, I can remember turning around, bumping into Steve Backley. I think I probably sort of didn't even come. I was like headbutted him kind of in the chest. He was absolutely enormous. Oh, what a shot!
Oh, that's
that
coming
is.
our way.
Is that the first
Sixer.
And it is.
And just like that, past halfway.
But just under where I was on that brownie, but I'm not going to be able to finish the run chase, unfortunately. I've spent.
Is that a bad omen? She's
And
coming
again.
again. That's good.
Through the stumps.
Yeah.
She'll pick up one. I don't think the bowler got a hand on that.
I think Neve Holland got back anyway. Somehow. She can't have been backing up too far.
Yeah, I think that's probably sensible. Serious intent here from the Somerset players. And what a change from 15 overs of the first innings to where we are now. Somerset have been completely dominant in this game.
Oh, that's chipped in the air. That's a catch.
Oh no. Until maybe now. That can go down as a commentator's curse.
Yep, just gets a little interesting again, especially as that's a partnership that was beginning to take the game away pretty quickly from Warwickshire, but
Yeah,
just-
Neve almost done by sort of lack of pace there. You know, it's gripped into the surface, kept a little bit low, and I think she had so long to wait for it. She ended up sort of scooping it towards mid-wicket. Jess Hazel, the incoming batter.
yeah, I suppose at what point you find it harder to go out there and be as positive as the top order have been.
Well, you get to that stage where you get ever closer to the target, and there's actually a little bit of a difficult psychology in chasing low totals. That feeling like you should win, and it will look really bad if you don't win. That's almost a little bit of a pressure within that. But ultimately, you don't really want to be thinking about taking this into the last 10 overs. You want to be as clinical as possible, and I think that's a better way, especially on a pitch like this. If you go into we need 2 runs and over and trying to bat for 2 runs and over, you can very quickly dig yourself into a bit of a hole on a pitch like this. So I'd certainly much prefer Somerset try and win this 6 down in relatively quick time, because I think that's the way you should go about these lower totals.
Yeah, well, you can win with 9 wickets down and still get the bonus point inside 40 overs. Same with net run rate. It doesn't care how many wickets you lose, just how quickly you chase them. Not that that's what is the important thing here, but yeah, I think
I would imagine that's certainly a factor in the way that Somerset are going about this. They're definitely targeting that bonus point or bonus points. And I think that's a good thing for securing the win as well, to make sure you stay nice and positive.
And even just from the point of view of the table, Warwickshire are the side in 4th. Need to close the gap. Well, there's a short ball to start the first over of Hannah Baker, the leggy, and she has rather got away with that one.
I'm looking forward to talking javelin throwing with Emma Corney.
I've got that one of the women. Have you both got your Scott?
No, I've got halfway through.
It's not a scone anyway, it's a brownie. He's put jam and cream on a brownie.
Actually, doesn't surprise me.
It's a scony. Yeah, we're gonna talk seam bowling and javelin throwing with Emma Corney at some stage. See if there are any crossovers.
Yeah,
technique
and
strength.
where to hide your bananas.
The Stephen Seagulls.
Oh, that's again a useful outside edge. Wide of slip, and even better for Somerset, it's 4 runs.
Yeah, nice piece of bowling that from Baker. Jess Hazel just being defeated there by that side spin. Have a look at that replay and just past that outstretched hand of first slip for 4.
She is a lovely bowler, Hannah Baker. A different leggy from Lola Harris, but she can certainly give it some loop if it's required. And it probably is required.
Yeah, Warwickshire's mentality has got to be taking wickets. That's their way into this game, certainly to make it hard work for Somerset. If they don't take wickets, it is literally the case of Somerset have to get bowled out to not win this game. So Warwickshire need to hunt the wickets and set appropriate fields, and gamble on tossing the extra delivery up every now and then. But she's bowled well so far, Baker, in this over, and still managed to go for 7 runs. So good batting by the Somerset pair. 92 for 3, 13 overs gone.
I love these names like Stonehouse and Baker, reminding me of that. I mentioned the Under-19 World Cup. I still don't, for some reason it just got me, the first Under-19 Women's World Cup. I don't think I've shouted louder at a TV when England were defending 99 in the semi-final against Australia. Of course, India went on to win the title, but that semi-final was just extraordinary. Stonehouse made something like 25 off 33 balls in the first innings to get England up to what looked like, you'd think Australia, they're surely going to chase that down easily, and almost in similar fashion to what happened here in the first innings. Just remarkable turn of events. You could scarcely believe what you were watching, and England got into the final. Hannah Baker got 3 wickets, I think, on that day. Here's Pavley. Oh, that's going to be a wicket first ball, as long as they can make up their mind who's going to take it, and they can't. And now there could be a run out as well as they come through for a second. That's absolute carnage. There's about 10 people on the ground out there, and the ball went to floor as well.
Yeah, not ideal. That was reminiscent of early on with the Seagulls going for the bag of crisps. There was clearly no call, no shout of mine, mine, mine. And that is a big chance missed. Oh, and the cricket gods have watched that little bit of play, almost a guaranteed boundary, and that's exactly what's happened. Jess Hazel getting that broom out, sweeping it round the corner for 4.
Always happens, but especially so when the bowler themselves was involved. I mean, she had hands on it. It was probably Katie George's catch, but at the same time, Pavley was the one that had the ball in her clutches. And of course the ball finds, having been the obligatory boundary, the ball after the next one goes straight to the other fielder involved in the mix-up.
Yeah, almost predictable when those kind of things happen. Yeah, that was a pretty mad moment. Somerset should have lost their 4th wicket, but ended up with a run for that ball and for the next. Poor delivery, swept away or pulled away. Good stop there from Saran Kumar on the boundary. He's been busy out there. And that's the 100 up for Somerset in the 14th over.
Jess Hazel certainly camping on the back foot as well, as was Niamh Holland, as you pointed out, and just giving yourself the maximum amount of time to try and read what it's doing off the surface if there's that variation. So 61 required and only 14 overs gone. Forget fish and chips later on. There might be some time for a scone or two in the centre of town after this.
I'm thinking 9 holes.
Of course you are. Or if that doesn't work, you can just get your clubs out and start swinging on the dunes over there. I'm sure they wouldn't mind. It's only a nature reserve. Just haven't really been allowed as much as anything else to settle the Warwickshire spinners. There've already been quite a lot of drag downs and scoring opportunities.
On the whole, Ed, I think the difference between the two spinners at the moment is, I think Somerset just erred on the fuller side, whereas the Warwickshire bowlers bowled into the wicket. And if you bowl into the pitch here with the grip, it just sits up to be hit. Presents far easier scoring opportunities. So that's I don't think you can be any shorter than that length there. And even then, Jess Hazel's managed to play back. What Barnes and Harris did so well was they really did give the ball some nice flight and encourage the batters to try and come forward to it, and brought them some opportunities. And that's very nicely played there by Jess Hazel. Intentionally opened the face on that one. Picks up another boundary towards third man.
Yes, very much the opposite of her first boundary down there, which was a outside edge, but that one very deliberate, recognised it was full and wide, and there's so much pace in this outfield, just got to get the ball rolling on it and it will do the rest.
Yes, so true.
Just meeting that one on the full as well.
John Bishop wanted, for a meet and greet, wanted 10 grand per person plus that.
No, we did.
Straight up.
I've never even heard of it. No, nor have I. 10 grand. 10 grand? That's far better people than me. Can they hear us? Can they hear us on the mic?
Better people in here.
We tried to book him for my benefit and he wanted helicopter and rubbish.
I'd rather spend 10 grand on me expensive shit.
You get that for free every day.
Exactly.
Yeah, but have you met the real Spencer Bishop then?
I wouldn't spend 10 grand on any.
Beautiful shot. That's another boundary. Crisp strike there from Annika Leroy. Got away with that mistimed shot last over. That one that she chipped up, but making Warwickshire pay.
Yeah, well, she's certainly making me think. Shot of the day, shot of the day.
If anyone's ball. But you don't.
I'll go for two. You go for two. No, I'm going to come straight back on because I actually want to speak to Emma Corney. I want to speak to Emma Corney about javelin, fast bowling, and what I've done with that brownie. And is it blasphemy in Devon to put jam and cream on a brownie?
I can see it. It's a monstrosity.
Cream, fine. Jam.
Jam's really taken it over the edge there, I think. Too far over the edge. Hello.
Hi Emma, how are you?
I'm good, thanks. How are you?
Yeah, well, I think still in a bit of a state of discombobulation. That's almost taken out the square leg umpire. Oh. That would have got his heart beating. Hassan Adnan. God, that has whistled away off the pad of Jess Hazel.
Well, that was the middle of the bat. Certainly.
So what are you thinking out there? Is this a sort of day? I suppose you're always thinking, get me out there, but you're looking at this a little bit of stop, grip, bounce, and thinking, oh, that not far off, splitting the gap as well, just last minute, scrambling effort from Baker to keep the ball inside the boundary.
Yeah, it actually looks tricky out there, particularly to the spin. I think this is a day where you can miss short and kind of get away with it gripping and kind of sitting up. Looks pretty tricky.
Forcing shot from Jess Hazel. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I suppose, in a way, the situation. Harder new ball seemed a bit easier for Warwickshire as well. It sort of dictates that you want to attack this total, but even so, there's been no hesitation, has there?
Yeah.
Top edge, but that'll be fine because there's nobody at short fine leg. Might even spin away for a boundary. It's going to be an absolute teaser for the deep square. And yeah. Unfortunately, you could just see that happening, just hitting the rope the moment she got there.
It's one of those days for Warwickshire, isn't it?
It's turned into it, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen anything quite like that in the first innings?
I don't know what was going on. I didn't realise that they scored so few runs at the same time.
Well, because I suppose that's it, because it did take about 7.5 overs. 8 for 9 in about 7.5 overs. It seemed like anything Warwickshire tried didn't work out, and that's another very short delivery. It'll be a single.
Yeah, me and Rubes were chatting at 20 overs saying, yeah, you know what, they're going at a fair lick, probably 300, 330's a par score. We'd take that. A few overs later, we're like, oh yeah, 160, we'll take that. So, yeah, crazy. Bouncer.
So was that one for the over for Pavely?
Wow.
Pretty close to one for the over.
I mean, that was short, but not that short. But kept her on her toes there. It's well played.
It's just remarkable. I mean, it was almost right as I said. There seemed to be wickets falling everywhere around the country other than here, because there have been quite low scorers in the other games in the One Day Cup today, and then that happened.
Yeah. crazy. But it also looked like once you got in, it looks okay. Probably Leroy shows that here, and Surin Kumar as well with that 50. Kind of once you get the hang of what's going on with the slightly tricky bounce and slightly stoppy surface, it looks okay. But
yeah, well, she's enjoyed her time in Exmouth as Annika Leroy. It's probably just being in close proximity to a proper beach. She doesn't get those in Australia.
yeah, rubbish there. Exmouth Beach, right up there.
Yeah, I've seen the name Corny in various places around this pavilion, I think.
Yeah, go back a few years. Yeah, my granddad used to play back in the day. I want to say the 70s. Might be lying. I don't know.
The golden age of
Yeah,
Exmouth Cricket Club.
Oh, what an era. Yeah, so he played back then, and then I played here, and then me, my dad, and my brother bit of third team cricket together in the mighty, I think it was H Division East.
Is there a club in this part of the world you haven't played for?
This is the hometown.
Yeah. Baker to continue. No, what a place. I must admit, when I said yes to these dates, it was still TBC where the games are actually going to be. It hadn't actually, I must say, crossed my mind there would be multiple games at Exmouth this year. Oh, that's a good ball skidding through. But yeah, wherever the games are at Exmouth next year, I'm down for.
Yes. Once it's fish and chips.
What a trip.
But yeah, it's been good fun.
Full toss. Annika Leroy narrowly misses wiping out Jess Hazel.
Yes, it's been good. I think it's nice to kind of get out as well and play somewhere different. And you know, in Devon, strong links with Devon and Somerset.
Oh, she certainly used every part of the bat in this innings as Jess Hazel, but it's working out very well for her.
Maybe just shows that today things are going Somerset's way. It's one of those days when probably you're a Warwickshire player and you're thinking, there's not a lot we could do right now.
Well, it was amazing. I mean, in the first 25 overs, what luck there was did seem to be going Warwickshire's way, and then it's all just cascaded Somerset's way as boundaries continue to cascade as well, and she's picking that gap through mid-wicket.
Oh no.
Has it gone underneath the car?
Man has tried to stop the ball and it's no longer in his chair.
Oh no! Surely it can't be as good. It can't be as good as that one at Taunton Vale, can it?
No. This was more of a slow motion.
That's still got to be doing the rounds on social media. Surely that one at Taunton Vale. That was, and then especially because after he then, having collapsed over sideways, tried to get up and fell over again.
That was bad. Poor man. This one was more of a half attempt, dangle the arm out to stop the ball, and it kept going. Whoops.
Oh, I'm so annoyed. It's just the side window's just in my way.
He's back on his feet. He's not got back in his chair though.
Oh, well, I think pretty much everything must go now. It's January sales time out there.
I think what I've enjoyed about Leroy's innings is how she's kind of split the gap both sides square of the wicket. Probably didn't see that so much in the Warwickshire innings, but actually probably her precision to nail it between square and mid-wicket so often, and just either side of cover, because it's a rapid outfield, and it's a little bit bobbly as well, so it's a tough place.
Yeah, that was the other thing I probably should have mentioned when asking about you being out there. Did you relish those balls on the boundary? Yeah.
The long barrier is legal today. Yeah, it's tricky, especially when you've made up that ground. The ball seems to get faster. It accelerates across the outfield.
Yeah.
And you get to it, and then it bobbles. Probably the worst ones are actually when it's just an easy one and it's trickling to you on the boundary, and you just see it
got
starting
time to
go.
think about it.
Oh no. They're dangerous.
Yeah, I can't remember who it was on the boundary. I think somebody in the in the first innings, the ball was exactly like that, and then just right as it gets to you, you just know that's going to be where it takes its biggest bobble. But
sometimes you just got to take the hit. Just let it hit you.
That certainly seemed to be Sophie Luff's MO in the first innings. I think there was one at backward point that may have got her in the chest.
Yes. There was a few 2-foot slide tackles in there as well. Just get everything behind it. But you know what? Effective. Body's on the line.
Indeed. Well, I think it's fair to say Annika Leroyd's feeling fairly confident out there that now that the target's got down to 31, that she can play whatever shot she likes.
Making it look easy out there.
Wonder if Triggs is going to get back on commentary.
I mean, he kept sticking his head in the window just here, so who knows what he's up to.
Polishing his golf clubs, maybe?
Yeah, probably.
Peel here, and oh dear, that's the worst, isn't it?
That's topped it all off, hasn't it?
That really is the worst. I think that's happened twice in this innings now already. It was quite early on. We had another one of those off Stonehouse down the leg side. Massive appeal and wide.
That's tough. Triggs has just appeared in the window again. There was a lot of... sounded like quite a thigh paddy kind of a noise.
Yeah.
We don't mind it.
It's just rocking back, cracking it into the ground, making sure she's not going to be caught, and then just smacking it somewhere.
I think the wicket's probably suited Leroy pretty well here. Kind of, she loves playing off the back foot, so she can just kind of park there. Similar to Jess Hazel as well. They both like kind of getting in behind it, playing high up the ground. Happy days.
Yeah, she sort of gets into that. It's like the ready position that Jess Hazel gets into. Yeah, you're right. It really does seem to suit this, and she's come in and blitzed this. Really, there's that bull shot again. This time it'll find the fielder, but Somerset continuing to tick these runs down. 133 for 3. Trigo's coming in. Brace yourself.
Polished off the brownie then. What's the official name for it?
No, Scowny.
Scowny.
No, I fed it to the seagulls. They look like they're needing a bit of grub, aren't they?
Yeah, they've not had enough today.
Well, you messy lot leaving so much food around. I didn't know seagulls like bananas though. That was quite
bananas. But at one point they started going for the energy gels. Like, how does it know it's food?
What did me about the bananas? It didn't even try to peel it.
Rude.
Straight through.
Yeah.
But hey, what about this game though, Collins? 15 overs. It was all Warwickshire, and then the last I don't know, 40 overs. What a change around to bowl them out for 160 was remarkable.
Absolutely. I think credit to the spinners. Liv and Lola putting in such a good shift, and I think kind of using the conditions well, assessed what works. And I also really enjoyed the fields that were set, kind of putting a little bit more pressure back on. Kind of only really saw 2 fielders out most of the time, even when they were ticking along pretty nicely. So yeah, enjoyed it.
Yeah, I thought another notable was Jonesy's run out. I thought that was top draw, wasn't it? Scampered. Yeah. They turned for 2. I think it was Mary Taylor, wasn't it? Who played a pretty dangerous knock the last time the teams met at Taunton in the T20. And to dismiss her for naught in that fashion, I think was a real boost. And wrapping up those last 2 wickets, you often feel like there'll be a 10th or 9th, 10th wicket partnership that might get them to sort of 180, 200, but absolutely not the case. And like I said, Liv and Lola were outstanding, and that's been belted away. Another full toss, and Annika doesn't miss out and goes to another 50 for Somerset in rapid time. What a signing she's been.
Yeah, unbelievable. Just been so steady the whole time. I think she's such a cool, calm head. Technically great with the bat. Plays spin, plays seam really well, and been a great addition to the group. And obviously loves playing here at Exmouth. Is it 96
I was
97?
devastated with that. She's got it for 90. It was one of the most deserving sort of hundreds. If she'd have got over the line and just fell just short, but yeah, she certainly has a decent average in the county of Devon. That's for sure. As I'm sure do you.
I like the way.
What about our Pete? Pete was a decent player back in the day.
Yeah, I don't want to be making things up, but I think he was alright. He was a batter.
Yeah. Oh, what
That's
a shot!
a great
that is.
shot.
Into the boards on the full. 6 runs. Somerset looking to chase this down in rapid time. 148 for 3 now. 19 overs gone. Bonus point pending.
She wants an ice cream, doesn't she? Wants to get out of here and get to the beach. No messing around. But yeah, she just keeps the game simple, doesn't she? Probably playing 2 or 3 shots, which you like a bit of that. Just easy.
Yeah, looks to. I like the way she uses her feet against seamers as well. Looks to hit looks to beat mid on and mid off. Looks plays very straight, and then anything into length, sort of hip length. She's a good puller of the ball. Cuts well. Yeah, it keeps it pretty simple, but a really good ball striker as well, which is a good sign that the technique's in pretty good order.
Yeah, hits it hard. No hanging about, is there?
Well, the game hasn't been kind to Taylor today. Run out and a couple of misfields. Now into the bowling lineup.
Tough gig to come in at this stage. Not many runs required.
Might be a long bus journey back up the M5 if this is 3 balls, 12 runs, game over. I'm sure that won't be the case though.
It's a tough game. It's cricket.
Brings
you back down to earth
isn't
so
it amazing
quick.
how you have like one thing goes wrong early on in the day and it just chases you round, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a tough game. You've got to try and change the momentum sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes when that momentum just snowballs, I guess when the start of their collapse happened, how do you even stop that? I think it just keeps on going, doesn't it? And trying to dig in and absorb a bit of pressure actually is easier said than done sometimes.
That's the thing. I think part of the collapse was down to the fact they had such a good start. 70 off 15, so you kind of feel as a team, as you mentioned, I believe, and I was speaking to Ed about it, I was sort of thinking Warwickshire look on for 280, 300 here, and I suppose when you're 7 and over in the power play, the middle order, you just assume that that's your target, but I think that it drastically changed when the ball started turning and bouncing a little bit, that you probably had to recalibrate quite quickly, and I think there was that partnership with Saran Kumar and George, it may have been. I think they needed to stretch that on, and Saran Kumar, a sweep that probably didn't need to be played, aerial, caught, and then that sort of snowballed. And I think the players that came in were trying to still score at that initial rate of like 6+ and over, and but you certainly don't account for 10 for 8 or whatever it was. It was quite remarkable.
Yeah, probably just needed to reassess a little bit when the spin came on, because it did look quite a challenge, and probably a lot of the wickets that we play on are pretty batter friendly, so actually this is a bit of a different challenge, and maybe not just identified that quite well enough.
But then you say 150 off of 19 overs. I don't think
True.
I don't think it's
It's not unplayable.
No, it's just a bit
Still
slow,
good.
isn't it? It's just
Yeah,
hold. I think the spin is hot. There's a little bit of spin on show, and it's just holding. I think you just got to, I think the Somerset players, I think have played really well, playing it late, playing off the back foot predominantly. I think it's been good.
Yeah, it's a day to keep the sweep in the locker, and kind of how they've played off.
Leave the broom in the cupboard.
You always do that though.
You always think when there's the sweep shot, you're so exposed. I mean, if you don't execute it very well,
You're in a bit of trouble.
Yeah, you get hit on the pad. Top edge. I think for me, when I'm thinking about playing the sweep shot, pretty much is a no if there's excessive bounce, because that brings in the top edge. So yeah, I wouldn't be looking to sweep so much on this pitch.
Yeah, definite tricky one, and the Somerset players was played higher up the ground, looked a bit straighter, and kind of got on top of that bounce a little bit more, which just made it look a lot easier.
Overs gone. 152 for 3. Leroyd, 61 not out. Jess Hazel has played very well for her 31. A couple of streaky boundaries in there, but some good shots as well. Run rate is 7.5 runs and over. Required an awful lot less than that. I don't think it's going to be a problem, Cornish.
Well, you never know. But yeah, look pretty assured from the Somerset batters here. And I guess it shows as well that once you get in, you're flying. It's just about building that partnership and keep it ticking over. Once you've assessed conditions, it looks pretty easy going.
What's that, 9 runs to win now. Bonus point. Bonus point certainly the order of the day, and the positions in the table would be a great day. It gets you right back in the mix.
Yeah, definitely, especially after so many kind of missed opportunities so far in the one-day cup. There's been so many good moments, but kind of not quite put it all together often enough. And I think today is a day where they've stuck. It's come together. So kind of built on that momentum really well from the T20s, and a bit unfortunate there's only this strange gap of 2 one-day games in the middle of the blast, but take that back to the T20s and keep the surge going there.
Absolutely. And your own self, you strive back to full fitness. How's that all going?
We are getting there.
We are getting this. Team effort.
Yeah, always a team effort. So there's 6 one-day cup fixtures after the 100. So that is the aim.
Well,
So
we
yeah.
all wish you well with that, and
Thank you.
look forward to seeing you out there in the middle for Somerset, caressing the ball through the covers as you do so well. 153 for 3. Davis. He's taken a little bit of punishment in the bowling so far. A reverse sweep played off the Q-tip of the bat there from Jess Hazel. She picks up a run. She's played very nicely. Both of them have kept the foot on the gas and looking to make this an early finish here at Exmouth.
Bit of golf in order for you this afternoon then?
Well, I've got to scrap my way back up to sunny Western Super Vegas, and yeah, I might have a little look later on. Rude not to, isn't it? While the sun's shining.
Got to be done.
Got a bit of a open qualifying next week, so hopefully I can
Oh yeah.
get my name in the hat for final stage.
Yeah.
That'd be nice.
Where's that?
That'll be at Burnham and Barrow.
It's quite tricky there, isn't
if
it?
I can get through. Yeah.
You right?
I've been right into the RNA. It just feels like that hole's about half an inch too small at the moment. If they could just make it a tiny bit bigger. You play a bit of golf, don't you? Or you did before your knee.
No,
your troubles.
golf has been great rehab.
Yeah, okay. Active rest. We talked about that earlier, actually.
Exactly.
A bit of
and also time on feet, because how else are you replicating 3 hours of fielding than trudging round? Yeah, I'm not going on a 3-hour hike. Trudging round a golf course.
Yeah, it's definitely a good thing. We were talking about earlier about the similarities or the transfer of skills, the on-off of concentration. Golf, you hit a shot, you walk to your ball, you hit a shot, and cricket batting in particular is very much the same. You're on for 7 or 8 seconds, off for 10, back on again, and it's actually a good skill to learn. Not that concentrating was one of my talents necessarily.
Oh well. I think also it's like you hit a bad shot in golf, you got to pick yourself up and go again, and same in cricket. You might just get away with one when you're batting, and you've got to forget about that and on to the next.
Exactly. 155 for 3, 6 runs to win here. Leroy 64 not out. Dragged down and pulled into mid-wicket. Good angle on it, but cut off. Somerset pick up another 2. It's been a remarkable game of cricket down here at Exmouth. It was all Warwickshire for the first hour. Somerset fought back and are now in a position to win with bonus points galore.
If only there was more than one.
Yeah, it'd be nice to, just...
I don't know how I feel about the bonus points,
maybe
though.
win inside 40, you get 1. Win inside 30, you get 5 or something. That'd be good.
I think it should just be win or lose. I'm not a big bonus points fan.
Yeah, but
personally,
I think it's great, because otherwise you'd end up with, imagine sort of like
just slogging
just trying to trudge your way to 160, 49th over it, just everyone asleep on the boundary. This has been exciting.
True, but I didn't think they would have played any different, bonus point or not. But sometimes it's hard, when the team that has the most wins doesn't necessarily win the competition.
Yeah, that's probably not ideal, is it?
But the more points, the
better.
better. We love it.
I think even
stacking them up.
In the men's game, the county championship, they've changed the points numerous times, and that is the winning boundary for Somerset, and almost quite rightly off the bat of Annika Leroy. She finishes 17 not out. Somerset chase Warwickshire's total of 160 in 21.4 overs. Hazel ending 32 not out, along with Annika Leroy, and a special mention to Sophie Luff, who blistered away to a blistering 34 at the start, came out of the traps in high spirit, and that's a really confidence boosting win, that, Corns.
Yeah, what a performance from Somerset there. Tricky start. Warwickshire came flying out of the blocks, but yeah, the bowlers, particularly the spinners, brought it back so well, and what an assured performance with the bat to fly to that total and boost the confidence after a great period in the T20s. Well-deserved win for Somerset.
Absolutely was. All Warwickshire for the first hour, and since then Somerset have been the convertible car.
One-way traffic.
Ruthless. It's been a great day down here at Exmouth. Thanks to our live stream listeners for tuning in. I hope you enjoyed the coverage. Thanks to Ed Seaborn, who has been with me and giggling away for the majority of the day. We've had a great time, and thanks to Emma Corney again for taking the time to come and join us. Have a great rest of your Wednesday, and we'll see you all again soon.
Don't go leaving line. Don't leave them.
Well, I think I'm working
Eyes
by
on.
the time I got over there, wouldn't I?
Yeah, but they'll beat you over the bumps.
Yeah, there
not
is
good for
an
the low.
area of concern. I have to do a little bit of a detour.
Yeah, that's not ideal.
Just leave.
Yeah, it's quite low, that thing.
Do you ever scrape it on a speed bump? When you're out?
Not yet. There are a few.
Are you like?
There are a few that I know of in the town that
Really?
are off the sat now.
Does it have a button to raise it?
A lift? No, mine doesn't have a lift. It's not nice enough.
Yeah, fair.
Ridiculously low.
You could fetch a cricket ball from
If
under it, you'd
you
be alright.
go slow.
Oh, Spence disappeared. Spence gone.
Oh, that's right.
Spence,
Next, see you Friday, Ben.
is your phone still here?
Yes.
Spence?
Just
Just about to
did
press the
Mike
button.
email
Is
you
your
about
phone
the
here?
competition?
Yeah, he said you were
It's done wrong now.
on Friday.
Are you still attached?
I think the conference might even finish before Friday. So let me speak to Mike, because I was thinking one thing you could potentially do with that being a Somerset
Still there?
job is doing it interlinked with
Saved it.
one of our posts that we're due.
Right, okay.
So it might be worth
It's gone in our newsletter and it's gone on our website tomorrow.
Right, good. Answer the question answered.
Yeah. And Mike's been in touch anyway. Just because we launched this bloody
Yes. Brilliant, thank you. Right, finally, finally the
Do you not do handshakes?
I'm not just handshaking. I mean, when I meet someone, hi, nice to meet you.
What about games like that?
but yeah, it's just been nuts at the moment. We've got
Thanks,
bloody
guys.
music
See ya.
concert.
See ya.
Everybody's really struggling with that. We're right on it. There's a lot of that kind of stuff at the same time.
Yeah, well, we'll do so over the next few days, drive it as much as we can to show you proof of concept.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Right, see you Friday.
Yeah, see you Friday. On Sunday, at you're down on Sunday, at lunchtime, or around, we're just going to film a quick little video with you about John Bishop.
Yep.
Basically got a script for you. All you got to do is go down the outfield with Sam and Jan. 5 minutes.
Perfect.
Perfect. Cool. Thanks, Tree.
See you soon. Travel safe.